Hello, everyone. Good morning, F1 fans. Who's ready? It's the big day. Championship finale is here. Oh, yes. Who's ready? I'm ready. You better be ready. Woo. Live an extra hour and 30 before we... Live an extra half an hour before we normally go live for this special occasion. Ah, Kaka. 37 mums. How time absolutely flies, man. Woo. Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you are tuning in from the world. Welcome, welcome. Yes. Championship finale. Where's my chat box? Where's my chat box? Thank you, Frank. Yeah, 70k achieved yesterday, by the way, subscribers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Onwards and upwards, eh? Onwards and upwards. Last race of the year. God, it's going to be an absolute belter. Absolute belter. At least I'm hoping for. Fingers crossed. Because Abu Dhabi, Lando could just lead into the first corner and drive off into the distance. But there we go. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. You love this new vibe? Yeah. Oh, I'm hyped. I'm hyped. Oh, I'm hyped. First time I think I've ever been nervous for a live stream. Because I've never commentated on a championship decider before. So this is a first for me, guys. It's a first. Since I started these watch-alongs, I started after 2021, of course, when was the last time we had a championship decider. So, yeah, I'm sure it's going to go absolutely fine. No shirt today, Lynn. Nope, I am neutral today in relation to my support. I mean, look, Ferrari got terrible yesterday, wouldn't they? So the shirt clearly didn't work. I mean, it worked for Leclerc, it didn't work for Hamilton. But we're going to keep for the championship decider. We're not wearing any team colours today. So you're nervous too. One last race, 7 races between 3 people, 1 outcome. Yes, indeedy. And well, get your votes in. Get your votes in. This poll was running. There was a lot more votes earlier on, but little one stepped on the keyboard and ended the poll. But get your votes in of who will win the World Championship. We will remind you of those championship permutations today, of course, before the race gets started. And, of course, I will, for today, kind of today alone, have the championship standings, live championship standings up on screen for you so you will know exactly where everyone is sitting in the championship overall as this race unfolds. Hey, Job. Good to see you, mate. Absolute epic end to the season. Please, no DRS train. I don't hold up much hope, but the strategies are looking a little bit intriguing. However, I'm still not fully convinced. We'll have a look at the strategies and stuff a little bit earlier than normal, and then we'll remind you of them for those who tune in a little bit later before the race gets underway. But yeah, I'm surprised Pirelli are suggesting the strategies that they are, if that entices you and intrigues you all. Was Max sim racing last night? Maybe. I don't know, to be fair. Probably. First corner will be the decider. It's going to be highly influential, for sure. Massively influential. If Max leads into the first corner and leads at the end of lap 1, which he's expecting him to do if he leads into the first corner, then this race is going to be very different to anything that we have seen. As I said, I think this could be 2016 on steroids if you wasn't watching F1 back then. Basically, Lewis Hamilton needed a similar situation to Max. He needed Rosberg to finish 3rd, I think, in the championship. Or was it 4th? But he needed him to finish... He needed him not to finish in P2, basically. And he backed him up into Daniel Ricciardo and Sebastian Vettel in the Ferrari at the time, I think it was. Or even Max. Was it Max? I can't remember. Back in 2016. So, yeah, this is going to be that on steroids. Oh, my pleasure, Victoria. Yeah, if I obviously the channel has massively grown, so if there is for some reason I'm not able to get across to every single comment, every single question, I apologise. It's just physically not possible to. The mods are great and very knowledgeable as well. They'll try and reply to your comments, but I will always try and do my best. I know that you know that I'm 34 years old. Exactly, I am 34 years old. My pleasure, Lister. Joby. That's a good brother-in-law right there. It's a good brother-in-law. Thank you. Thank you, Job. Welcome to the pit crew. It's going to be Jar Jar Binks moment. This is going to be messy. Me no watching. Maybe. I mean, we discussed it yesterday. If you didn't tune in for qualifying afterwards, we discussed all the potential kind of strategies that Verstappen could really utilise today. And I think really the only one that he can utilise is backing up the field. He needs to keep those McLarens. He needs to keep those McLarens a bit further. He needs to keep them within the pit stop window of like Yuki or of the RBs and stuff, so that they pit. And I mean, you can be guaranteed that Yuki Tsunoda is going to be on the hard compound tyre today and go as long as possible, so that he hopefully stays out ahead of the McLaren, so that he can hold them up. But we'll see. Rods, good to see you. You're not 72, are you? You've got the numbers the wrong way around. You don't think you can watch some of the race? You're so nervous. I know. Well, for some of you, it's probably you may not have been watching in 2021. Maybe the aftermath of 2021 was you getting into the sport. Of course, there's new fans joining the sport every single year, every single month. So some of you have never experienced a championship decider. And look, I'm not going to get your expectations really high. My expectations are a little bit higher than normal because of the circumstance we find ourselves in with Max out up front. But normally, Abu Dhabi is a bit of a damp squib. It's a bit of a. There's a reason why I'm not overly enamoured and excited about Abu Dhabi when we arrive here. I don't think it really makes for a good finale. However, obviously the intrigue around the jeopardy and then everything around the title decider here does obviously make this race a lot more exciting to watch. So, yeah, my expectations are a little bit higher. They're a little bit higher than what we've... I mean, even when it came to 2021, I wasn't really that overly enamoured by it. I was like, do you know what? This is probably going to be... One of the two drivers is going to drive off into the distance. Like, it's not... That's just how Abu Dhabi always is. And hopefully that's not... Well, if Max definitely leads out of the first corner, then that undoubtedly is not going to happen. So, we'll see. If Lando leads, though, we know how strong that McLaren is in clean air. If you're a Lando fan, it bodes well because the majority of this season, if you lead out of the first corner, you win the race. So, yeah. But does he take that risk? It all depends on if he feels he's going to be strong enough down into turn one. Of course, Max will try and cover him off, no doubt, but will he be able to? Hoping Piastri gets by Verstappen with Lando in third, then we'll see what Max decides to do. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Lando, obviously, people have talked about Piastri, understandably. He's got nothing to lose. He is fighting for his own world championship hopes as well. So he has to pretty much win this race, or for Lando to finish. If he finishes... Well, do you know what? Let's remind ourselves, shall we? Let's have a look at the championship permutations again, because I keep forgetting myself. Right. So, you can see here that the championship permutations. If Oscar was to finish P2, then he needs Lando to finish P10 and Max to finish P4 because Max is ahead of him. So, that's the thing. If Oscar finishes P2, who's he going to finish P2 to? It's either Lando or Max, to be realistic, because of where they are, and because George Russell isn't quick enough to be quicker than both of the McLarens and Max. So he needs to win the race, and that requires Lando to finish P6 and for Max to finish anywhere. If he wins the race, it doesn't matter where Max finishes. So if he wins the race, that's obviously in his best interests, and a P6 isn't unreasonable. Safety cars, and Oscar will do the same thing probably and back up the field as well, and that's also in his best interest. So really, the only way Lando's going to have a quiet race today is if he gets out up front into turn one first. Otherwise, he's going to be looking forward, but also in his rearview mirrors. But that's not to say that Lando won't go for an overtake on Max. See, I think Lando will go for an overtake on Max. I don't think he's going to give it up. I don't think he's just going to happily sit behind, because Piastri is going to want to get ahead of him. The question is, will George want to get ahead of Lando? Like, is George going to want to get involved? Obviously, he's fighting for himself. You really kind of need... I don't know if you can maybe rely on George. I think you probably want to rely more so on Fernando Alonso, Gabriel Bortoleto, but they're not really in the machinery that can take it to the McLarens unless Max is able to hold them off at over a second slower pace. So, chaos scenario, Max and Lando take each other out at the start. I mean, there's lots of possibilities here. There's a possibility of a mechanical failure. There's a possibility of McLaren making a strategic balls up again, as they have done over the last couple of race weekends. So there are still those as well. But as drivers out on track, those are things that they can't take into consideration, of course, and us as well, really, when we're looking realistically at the permutations of the day. I think George just gives maximum pace. Pardon me, he always does. Yeah, I think so. But he'll be fully aware of what is ahead of him, of course. So yeah, we'll see. I'm not saying he will do anything, but look, the drivers clearly have their favourites up and down the grid. Max clearly has a lot of support. Fernando Alonso said yesterday that he gave Max a toe in quali. Gabriel Bortoleto, of course, is very close friends with Max. He would probably do anything possible within his control to help Max win. And Lando probably has similar out there as well. He's been on the circuit for quite some time and grown up with a few drivers. And there's those who probably openly and all. Some have openly said they want him to win, and some have said probably behind closed doors they'd like him to win. So anything can happen, and probably will, as Moira Walker used to say. Yep, that's true. Yeah, you've come back, Doctor. You've come back. I think the tyre guys at McLaren feel it today. They don't want to slip up the pit stops. Well, this is it, and we discussed this yesterday. That the McLarens, from what has happened over the last couple of race weekends, they have put so much more pressure, not just on the drivers, but they've put an undoubtedly unnecessary amount of pressure on themselves, on the pit wall, in the pit box, the pit stops, the strategies. Like, that has so much more scrutiny. I mean, there's always scrutiny on it, but there's even more so now because of what's happened over the last two race weekends with the disqualification in Vegas and obviously the strategy balls up in Qatar. If it wasn't for those two errors, the title wouldn't be wrapped up now, because Piastri would have won both Qatar races. However, I think the gap to Oscar would have been 22 points, I think would have been the gap, if that's right. Would have been 22 points. He would have had 32 points, gained a point over him in the sprint race. 7 points. So it would have been 24 points, because 7 points. So Lando would have finished second, most likely. Or third. No, he would have finished third. So a bit of a more gap, 10 points. So yeah, it would have been like 21 points, something like that. So realistically, I mean, he needs a DNF. That's what he needs. He needs a DNF or a P10, pretty much. Same thing as if he was in P2 and for him to win the race. And that gives Lando obviously a lot more breathing room. And Max also wouldn't be involved in this championship battle. But here we are. Max comments that his dad isn't at the track as he wasn't expecting to be a contender. No, Andy's mum isn't as well. Oh, literally, you're speaking of Max. See his partner. Is it Kelly PK, isn't it? Kelly PK. And he's arguably his stepdaughter there as well. Why am I saying arguably his stepdaughter? It is his stepdaughter. Sorry. Don't know why I'm saying arguably. Because she absolutely is his stepdaughter. If Alonso got pole, it would have been the most hilarious DRS train. Well, this is the thing today, and this is what we have, right? So, Fernando Alonso has probably qualified higher up than Max would have liked, because if you look at the season as a whole, Fernando Alonso has held a lot of... Hang on. Fernando Alonso does hold up the field a lot. he's difficult to overtake in that Aston Martin. It throws off a lot of dirty air, but he goes so slow because their strength is with with high downforce setup. So that Aston Martin is quite draggy, but it's difficult to overtake. Now, that's not necessarily a good thing for Max because he has to manage the pace at the front today, understandably, to ensure that that a lot of people are in play today, so that they could be in the pit stop window of the McLarens and Max himself. But Max can't be too risky with it because Max has to still win this race. We just saw there, if Max finishes P2, Lando only has to finish P8. Well, not P8. He has to finish P7, sorry. P8 for Max to win the championship. So he has to finish. That's 3 extra places that Lando is afforded to finish in the top 7. And you'd expect Lando to finish in the top 7 comfortably here today. So that is something that Lando can't afford to do. Max can't afford to do, sorry. He always has, even in his early days. Michael said he'd hate to be behind Alonso. He's been a dirty blocker for years. What is dirty air? Dirty air is so when you're a driver, same as in your road car, you're driving into clean air. You're driving into air in front of you. And what we mean by dirty air is that the air that is all nicely positioned in front of you gets displaced. If you think of it like water. In water, if you're pushing your hand through water, you will feel obviously like the nice smooth surface of the water underneath, like the force. But then if you look behind your hands when you push the water forward, it all kind of dishevels and is displaced behind you. That is basically what happens with air. And with an F1 car wants to drive into clean air. It doesn't want to drive into dirty air. So that air, that displacement is bouncing off of the car in different ways. So the car loses downforce, it loses grip, and it means that into corners they're under less control, basically. And that's why there's always a discussion about F1 regulations, about trying to reduce the effectiveness of dirty air so that we get closer racing, because it means cars will lose less grip and they'll be able to stay closer in the corners. Whereas, unfortunately, while the first year of this regulation set did do what it was proposed to do, provide us better racing, provide less dirty air, as the years have gone on and as the cars have become more developed and more fine-tuned, as F1 engineers will do, we have seen these cars become not one of the worst, not the worst, but probably one of the worst in relation to how close they can race because of the size of them, the heaviness of them, the length of them, and that's why we now need to head back towards the direction of smaller, lighter cars, which we are just for next year. And no ground force effect next year either, so which should reduce should make the cars more comfortable, which Max Verstappen and many of the drivers have been complaining about the end of these regulations. They've been asked how have you felt about these regulations, and they really haven't enjoyed them. While some of them have been more vocal than others throughout the regulation set, they're now really kind of speaking from the rooftops, really shouting from the rooftops that these cars were terrible. They're physically very difficult to drive. They hurt their backs. Max has complained that you're going to have drivers with back issues if these regs continue. Lewis Hamilton, of course, has been complaining about his back for a lot longer than everyone else, especially with that terrible W13 that they decided to drive, that they brought in the first season of these regulations. And George Russell has also been saying as well, like, it's ridiculous. So, yeah, not been a fun car for these drivers to drive over the last few years. Guess the cameras will still be focused on celebrities in the pits. Alonso won't like that. He said he's watching a title race on the big screens. I mean, look, TV direction, thankfully I don't watch too much of it anymore because I provide you these watch-alongs, and we are, I'm watching the race through data and the track map and so forth. But I don't mind seeing people's reactions. I think there's certain times when, yes, you should go for a reaction shot, but they're too quick to do so, especially when there's other moments happening out on track. And that's the beauty of these watch-alongs, guys, and I hope you've enjoyed it as well, is that you get a full picture of the race unfolding. You get to see battles that are happening further down the track, whereas they might not be focusing on that. And that's the beauty of having the data and the track map available. And obviously my commentary, I try and interpret that the best as I possibly can. So we will review, guys. We'll wait for a few more of you to come in. We'll wait to the hour mark, and then we'll review the strategy options for today. I think Max P1 and Lando P3. Lando would sadly win. Look, you're all going to have your favourites. Get your votes in and who you think will win the championship. Try and take your bias out of it, but try and give yourself a logical vote of who you think will win this. Stephen, you come up with a better idea to make Monaco better and race able come out of the tunnel. If you remove that double chicane, turn it into a straight instead. But there have been discussions, I think, to widen that area there, add more. I think build the marina out, move that chicane further down so that the start that straight. So the chicane is still there, but then the straight is longer so that they get an extra. They've got an extra length. I don't know how many meters they'll add in, but an extra amount of meters in there to be able to overtake, because it is too short now for modern F1, isn't it? Lando. I mean, look, it is Lando's to lose. It is Lando's to lose. He's the only one who is in control of his destiny today. So that by facts, by that statement, he is the one who can win this on his own. He doesn't have to rely on anyone else. Whereas Max does, and also Oscar does. They both rely on Lando's misfortune. Oscar also relies on Max having a poor, not finishing in a certain position as well. He needs Max to finish. Basically, if he finishes P1, he needs Lando to finish P6. If he finishes P2, he needs Max to finish P4. So, yeah, it's there's many things that can happen today. Many things that can happen, but one thing is for sure is that Lando is in control of whether or not he can win this championship. You think the Red Bull is bulletproof on strategy now, and McLaren seem to mess up every time? Well, they haven't been great on their strategy, have they? There's still... Red Bull are clearly still the best car and team operationally. I think that's... They've always been very... I would say risky, but they've always been very aggressive with their strategy calls. They, of course, obviously have a driver who they can do that with as well, and is able to convert those strategy calls. And sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't, but more often than not, they do get it right, and that's credit to them. And their pit stops are always pretty faultless. I think I can only remember one pit stop in like the last 4 years where Max has had a slow tyre go on. So they've always been all round there. I said this when it came to when Max has been dominating over the last kind of couple of years, 3 years, is that even when teams kind of had an opportunity, which is few and far between, the Red Bull team as an operation didn't allow any of the teams to get an advantage on them. So where you may think, okay, we might be able to get them in the pits. Well, you're not, because they're doing 1.9 second, 2.1 second pit stops every single time. They make brilliant strategy calls, so you can't out-strategize them. They've obviously made and built a great car, and they've obviously got a great driver in the cockpit as well. So there was no area that anyone's been able to beat them over the last few years. And I do think, and it pains me to say it because I'm not Red Bull's biggest fan, but they have, these last few years have been operationally and overall a better performance in F1 than what Mercedes were when they were dominant. So, because Mercedes were always very slow on their pit stops, their strategies when they finally got challenged weren't particularly great. Mercedes always relied on the brute force of their car and Lewis Hamilton. That was basically it. When it came to their strategy calls and when it came to their pit stops, they were very slow. So, to be fair, George did come out and say, Lando, I was giving you a slipstream to win the title, so George maybe give Lando a helping hand. We'll see. We'll see. But of course, if Oscar Piastri is not within a championship winning position, or looks like, yeah, he's not going to be in a championship winning position, so that scenario, let's say Lando is fourth, and Max is P1, and he's P2, and Lando is fourth, and he needs a P3 to win the championship, then Oscar supposedly, will he or will he not? I say supposedly, when am I saying that? Well, the question is, will he or will he not give the position, drop back and give the position to Lando to help him win that championship? we've discussed that, so we'll see. No, you guys, you haven't missed anything yet. We went live a little bit earlier just to have a chat for this special occasion today for, of course, this championship battle. Get your votes in and who you think is going to win the World Championship. Max Verstappen is your favourite at the moment, 56% of the votes. Lando Norris, 37%, and Piastri, 7%. I will remind you that the last 2 times we've had 3 drivers heading into the finale of the championship, we have seen the 3rd place driver heading into the finale win the championship. Sebastian Vettel in 2010 and Kimi Raikkonen in 2007. So, just a reminder. Stroll was a World Drivers' Championship contender in 2026. Never rule it out. If Honda cook and Adrian Newey cook, they're the only ones with that engine and that pairing of Newey. So, it's a potential. One that will give you nightmares. Can I talk about Yuki's role in helping Max from P10 today? I can. He could have a very influential role. So I think the strategy will be Yuki on hards, and he will just run as long as possible and hope that he stay and hope that Red Bull will hope that he can stay a pit stop within that pit stop window of McLaren. Now we're just a few minutes away. We'll have a look at what interval time Yuki needs to be within those McLarens to ensure that when the McLarens pit, they come out behind him. But yes, I imagine that Max will be trying to back up the field to ensure that Yuki stays within that pit stop window so that he's able to get on the back of them, and that at some point in this race, McLaren will have to overtake Yuki, and he'll do his best as he possibly can. Look, he may at that stage, I don't think he'd be able to hold the McLarens off for very long at all, but that half a second, that fraction of a second that he holds them up could be so influential in the grand scheme of things with maybe late safety cars, and you just don't know. You don't know in that moment how influential it's going to be. But any help is better than no help. And I think that's how Yuki will be deployed today. If he obviously doesn't get swallowed up at the start by starting on hard compound tyres, because there's that risk as well. But he starts on hard compound tyres and he has a slow start and gets swamped at the start, and then that strategy has been disappeared. Or is disappeared. But this is the thing, is that I think the McLarens can... I think Max is going to be difficult to overtake. Of course he is. But I think the McLarens can overtake today. This is the thing. Like, Max has to win this race. He has to win this race. So, we're 100% seeing team orders in McLaren today. Oh, yeah. It's leading its way up to it, isn't it? The whole year we've had papaya rules. We've had no team orders. It's 100% leading up to to team orders, isn't it? In the last race of the season, in the closing laps, it's definitely going to be like that. You know it is. I don't want to see a DNF either. No, I don't want to see anyone DNF. Yuki's in the top 10 so he can crash into Lando's car. No. I mean he can, but he bloody well. I mean, that's his F1 career over and done with if he does that. So no, it's in his best interest not to do that as well. I don't want anyone crashing today. I want it to be decided out on track via the strategies, via the best driver. So getting through the first few corners cleanly today is crucial for the top 3. 100%, yeah. And that's why Lando is only going to take that. Lando is only going... It wouldn't surprise to see me if Lando ends up P3 after the first couple of corners. I mean, the thing is, it's not over and done with at the first couple of corners, because you've got turn 5, people can send it down the inside there. You've got turn 6, of course, where you've got a big long slipstream, even without DRS. A big long slipstream down into turn 6. Turn 9 as well. So the first lap, I mean, you're really not resting on the first lap until you really get round to turn 9. So will I do these watch-alongs in the same way next year, or do you do some extras? So in what sense? What, trying to improve the experience? Yeah, I'm always looking to try and improve like the production side of things. I'm going to look at trying to think of some improvements for next year, of course, and how I can do things better. I'm always looking to do that. But yeah, they will still be here for the most part in the same format next year. Sometimes don't fix what's not broken, and they're really good. But I'm always looking to add extra touches and improve the experience for you. So, but right, shall we have a look at the strategy options for today? It's going to be influential. Let's have a look. Right. Here we go. Here we go. Strategy number 1 is a medium to hard compound tyre. That is your primary strategy. That is the strategy that I believe, if there are no safety cars, if there are no stoppages, that is what we will see today for the majority of the field. Unfortunately, Abu Dhabi has always been primarily been a one-stop strategy unless there has been safety cars, and that's what I think we'll see. It's interesting that they've put strategy number 2 as the hard to soft, because I reckon that's the Yuki strategy today. Strategy number 2 is the Yuki strategy. Start on the hard compound tyre, wait for as long as possible, and hopefully you stay ahead of the McLarens and hold them up for even a fraction of a second. It could help Max, and it could help in the overall grandstanding of things. Strategy number 3 is a 2-stop strategy, which I'm surprised they've even suggested. Mediums to 17 laps or so. Then the hard compound, then the softs. That's using all 3 compounds. I don't know why that's been strategized, to be honest with you. And strategy number 4 is also the medium to hard. I mean, I guess maybe there's a question mark around the length of the medium compound tyre here. Now, we are on a C3, C4, C5, so that is the same compounded tyres that we were on last year. Of course, the structure of them and the actual makeup of them do change year on year. But I'd be very surprised if we saw a 2-stop today on merit. I'm not sure if that's going to be the quickest strategy. I think the only way we see a 2-stop is a safety car. Yes, it is possible to overtake here, but unless we do see that medium compound tyre just fall off of a cliff and we're not... I mean, and that's maybe what Pirelli have seen in the data over this weekend, is that the medium compound tyre is actually looking a lot more fragile than it has done in previous years. But I still expect that strategy number 1 will be the primary strategy. And in strategy number 5, I mean, they've suggested 3 2-stop strategies here today, which is super intriguing. Medium, hard to medium. If they use the 2 sets of hards, they will have to use a used set of hards at some point, because they only have 2 hard compound tyres here this weekend. And we have seen the majority of teams run those throughout at least one practice session this weekend. Strat 6, start on softs, hoping for safety, then to hards. 1 only makes sense. 1 does only make sense. Yeah. I mean, look, ultimately, we're going to see pretty much a lot of the field start on the medium. We could see the RBs all start on the hard. We're going to see, this is what we're going to see, guys, aren't we? We're going to see Yuki, Hadjar, and Liam Lawson, even though Liam Lawson's a lot further down the field. We're going to see all those cars start on the hard compound tyre, aren't we? 100%. They're going to be starting on the hards and just stay out there for as long as possible. Bank on a cheap safety car, maybe. Try and do anything they can to try and get ahead of, stay at least ahead of the McLaren, so that they have to hold them up. So, what is 4? 4 is, yeah, I know, 4 is medium, hard. So this is the thing, is that I wonder if Pirelli have maybe seen something in the strategy that the medium does fall off, and that maybe the DEG is a lot higher here this year than it has been previously. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anything to really indicate that. So strategy number 1 is probably the most viable strategy. We will see some probably do strategy number 2. We've seen that hard compound tyre go for an absolute age this year, haven't we? So, right, so that is the strategies. Now, the actual age of the tyres. Well, performance life. Well, doesn't make sense, does it, really, Pirelli? Because if you're saying that the soft can go 23 laps and the medium can go 36 laps and the hard 38 laps, then, I mean, the medium can go basically the same length as the hard. So why is it going to be a 2-stop strategy if the medium can last 36 laps? What? That doesn't make sense, does it, Pirelli? Doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's an odd one. That's a bizarre one. So the medium's clearly a good tyre. The soft may be used later on in the race, but that doesn't make sense why they're suggesting so many 2-stop strategies if they're expecting the medium to, on average, last 36 laps. So I know. I don't know why the medium and hard is so close either. It's a bit silly, in my opinion. But that's clearly what they've... That's why this is always a two-stop race. So, right. The tyres available for the race. Well, you can see here that Max Verstappen has no brand new softs available. Neither does Norris, Piastri, Russell, or Leclerc, because they all pretty much made it into Well, they used them all in qualifying. We can see that they have 2 brand new sets of mediums available. So this is interesting. Verstappen has 2 brand new sets of mediums available. Norris and Piastri only have 1 set of mediums available. They have saved their hard compound tyres. They have 2 brand new sets of hards available. So, that's interesting. That's a bit interesting. George Russell also has 2 brand new sets of mediums. Leclerc has a used set of mediums because we saw him use those in Q1. Same as Fernando. Fernando Alonso they always scrub a set anyway. Gabriel Bortoleto has 1 brand new set of mediums. So, yeah. I still don't really expect this to have too much influence on whether they've got a brand new set of hards or a brand new set of mediums. You know. Turn it off for me. Just turned it on and I'm freezing. They were seeing tyre graining during practices. That's true. However, I've heard on the grapevine that they can just work through that graining. It's not going to be an issue. So there will probably be, as we normally see, there'll be a level of maybe a stage of graining at some point during the race, but they can drive through it. They just have to get through it for those few laps, and then the tyre comes back to it. So we have seen that with these Pirelli tyres, is that they don't just completely fall off once they're gone. You are able to then recover the performance in them. Like if you sit back, if they start to overheat, you can cool them off, and then that performance does come back because they do actually cool off. Whereas in times gone by, they would just fall off. So, but welcome everyone for tuning in. By the way, if you're just tuning in, we went live a little bit. We went live half an hour extra early today because of this special occasion of this championship finale. We're reviewing the strategy options. We'll have a run through them again before the race gets underway quickly. So in relation to lap overall race pace, well, it looks quite close between Red Bull and McLaren according to the data. Mercedes 0.2 off the pace, and this is why we're going to see Max back up the field, is because the Mercedes just aren't close enough. We've got Kimi Antonelli starting down in 14th position. George Russell, of course, is starting 4th, but how will he really be able to cope with those McLarens? Will he be able to keep up? The Ferraris are, well, we know the Ferraris. Charles Leclerc, wonderful lap yesterday to qualify P5, but realistically, not really going to be a force here this weekend. I mean, he'll obviously get punchy if he's allowed to, but for the most part, yeah, that Ferrari's going to fall off. Williams down there in 5th. Alpine are comfortably the slowest. Aston Martin, I mean, that just shows you how good Fernando Alonso is over a single lap, where the data suggests that Aston Martin is 9th fastest. But look, this is all kind of relative to what they've seen over the weekend and practice. It isn't always 100% correct. So, my pleasure, Miriam. Thank you for always tuning in. Thank you, everyone, by the way. I've seen the subscribers flying in as well in this early stage of this stream. 70,000 subs yesterday was achieved. That was a target of mine at the start of the year, to double my subscriber count, which we actually did the previous race weekend in Qatar. So, yeah, just want to say thank you very much. And everything now is, well, onwards and onwards to the 100K. Get that silver plaque, put that right there. That's the goal, of course. But, yeah, what a way to end the season. And we still have, of course, this championship decider ahead of us in, what is it? In roughly 3 hours' time. Within the next 3 hours, we will know who will be our 2025 Drivers' World Champion. So, yeah. Doing very well, though. Thank you, guys. Doing very well. So, that's that. Now, the all-important pit stop loss here. So, 21 seconds. 21 seconds. Not that long, to be honest with you. It's not that long. So, under the safety car, you can pit and gain. What is that? 6.5. That's 7 seconds, isn't it? 7 seconds, pretty much there. That can be gained 6.5 seconds on average under safety car VSC conditions. So that is the time that you will gain out on circuit. And well, we have seen safety cars here, of course. I'm not going to touch on when the most famous one was, but we do see safety cars here. The last race of the season, we do generally tend to see mechanical issues, engine failures, gearbox failures, because this race is really where there's no stress now required on these engines. Sorry, no need to save these engines, especially with this being the last race of this regulation set. Drivers are going to be turning those engines up. They're going to be looking to try and gain as much performance as they possibly can. So we could see a few cars go pop today, and we could see some safety cars. And of course, we have seen contact here as well. Some drivers decide to just send it in the last race of the year, because they're then off into the winter break for a few months before they then come back to start the new season. So yeah, that's definitely going to play a factor. So 21 seconds. That is the gap. That is the gap that Max Verstappen wants to keep, ideally. Yuki Tsunoda or Isaac Hadjar, I do presume Isaac Hadjar as well, within the McLarens. That is the gap we're keeping an eye on. It's Silverstone. Please stop spamming the chat. Green flag. So 21 seconds. That is the gap under safety car. Under the pit stop lost time. So that is the interval that Yuki wants to stay within the McLarens. That's what Red Bull want, so that he is then able to stay ahead of the McLarens when they make their inevitable pit stop. Unless Yuki's tyres completely fall off the cliff, but we will see. What's going to be interesting as well in relation to strategy is, I mean, yes, drivers, there's some drivers in that midfield who'll be focused on helping Max, but primarily they're racing their own race. They're racing in the constructors still. They're racing for important money. They're racing for bonuses for their team, for their staff, prize money. So they have a lot on offer. They have a lot to race for as well. So they might end up. Thanks, George. They might end up doing an undercut on those ahead. They may end up releasing some gaps for the front drivers, which is not obviously what Max would want to see happen. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one today. What do I think about this being the last race with DRS? I'm not upset to see it go. I think it's overstayed its welcome, to be honest with you, DRS, and I don't think it's something that we should need in F1. So I think the FIA have got the usage of DRS wrong more than they've got it right, to be fair. In relation to that, what I mean is, with it in conjunction, working with the regulations that they've been involved in when it's been utilised, and the actual distance of the DRS zones. So, as a perfect example, back in Qatar, why did they not increase the DRS? I mean, Lewis even said this as well after the race. He was like, why was the DRS zone not lengthened when we saw after the sprint race that there was difficulty in overtaking? Why was that not lengthened? So it's things like that which they have the possibility to do, and they don't. So DRS started 2012? Was it 2012 DRS started? Is that correct, guys? I think it was 2012. DRS first usage. Oh, I don't know why I'm getting something up with cricket. F1. 2011. Yeah, I was 1 year out. So. And if you look at it, it was back on those really, like, boxy wings. They were really, like, small. But it's moving to the MMO system. Who do I think will win the championship today? I still think Lando. I do. I think there's enough race pace in that McLaren to get past the Mercedes or the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc if they are held up or find themselves up behind them. I don't think they'll struggle in that sense. Max Verstappen is a different kettle of fish, though. And I do think that Lando will find himself on the podium today. I do. Never say never, but yeah, that's who I'm going with. Primarily just because I don't know, there's too much help, I think, that Max and Oscar need to win this championship. But don't rule it out. I'm not 100% on Lando winning it. by any means, because we've seen how McLaren have managed this championship throughout this year, and in particular last 2 races. So this is the race that has the most amount of pressure on them as a team as a whole that they've invited themselves. No fault of Lando, no fault of Oscar, really, because they should only be the 2 drivers in this championship fight right now. And we discussed it over the weekend, but I think this will go down as a this will definitely go down as a McLaren fumble and be remembered as a McLaren fumble, more so than a Max Verstappen's brilliance. Of course, Max has been brilliant this year, but he's even said it himself. I'm only in this championship because of others' failures. And I think that's what will be remembered more so for. And that's why 2024 will be still, in my opinion, Max's best championship than this one or any that have come before. So yes, that is that. And then our drivers' permutations, our drivers' standings, just to remind you all, we will keep reminding you, is that Lando only needs to finish on the podium. If Max finishes P2, if Max finishes P2, he only needs P4, P5, P6, or P7 to win the championship. So that's why Max still has to be careful with how he manages this race today. Yes, he is probably going to back up the field if he leads out of the first corner. But the McLarens, it is possible to overtake here. And he can't hold them up. He can't go so slow that the McLaren, he's susceptible to being overtaken by the McLarens. Because Oscar needs to win this race and for Lando to finish P6. And of course, Lando will want to lead the race himself because that means it is within his control and he can probably drive off into the distance and have a comfortable time in this last race of the year. So, yeah. But never say never. There's stranger things have happened at Abu Dhabi, of course. You don't see McLaren bottling this up. They should make... I don't see McLaren bottling this up. They have made the mistakes, so there shouldn't be any left to make. Spain. Yeah. The missus just asked me, is there any races this year where if Max didn't make a mistake, he would be the winner already? The mistake, big one, of course, is where he crashed into George Russell or drove into the side of George Russell. And then, of course, it wasn't his mistake, but he got taken out by Kimi Antonelli, didn't he, in Austria? But also, the same could be said for Lando as well. Lando has had 2 DNFs due to no fault of his own, which is the engine blowout in Zandvoort, the DSQ in Vegas, and then, of course, the one that he was in control of was Canada. So Lando's had 3 non-scoring races this year. 3 non-scoring races, and he leads the championship by 12 points still in the last race of the season. Oscar Piastri, we know, big one is Baku. Lost all those points there on Max and on Lando. Not so many on Lando, but a lot on Max. And then ever since then, I mean, he only got back on the podium, didn't he? Back in Qatar last week. And that was 7. It had been 7 races since the last time he'd been on the podium. So, yeah, lots of... It is one of those seasons where every driver can look at themselves at where they could have got more points, and some were in their control, some were out of their control. Lando's definitely had more that has been outside of his control compared to Max and Oscar, but that's the nature of a 24-race season. So many different things can happen, and that's why it brings us all to this last race of this season where there's only 16 points separating the 3 of them. What do I think the next Ferrari car would look like? Probably not compete for the championship next year. No one knows. No one knows. I'm refraining from making any predictions on 2026 yet. I will do a predictions video, of course, like everyone else, but it will be a complete shot in the dark. But yeah, it's 2026 is a complete unknown until we get them out on track next year. So, and even then, I think it's going to be a topsy-turvy season. So. Right, that is it for your strategies, guys. If you've just tuned in, yep, it seems to be pretty much a one-stop strategy, although Pirelli are suggesting a 2-stop, so maybe they are expecting a lot more degradation, a lot more issues on those medium compound tyres than we presume. But then they're kind of conflicting themselves there. It's conflicting information as they think the mediums can go 36 laps. Just 2 laps shy of what the hard compound tyre can do. Right, that is that. Let's have a look at the drivers making their way around on their reconnaissance laps. Right, so let's have a look at the drivers making their way around on their reconnaissance laps. Just hang on. Do. There we go. Right. So drivers are about to start their laps. And then I've got this here. So there we go. No confusion today. No confusion. You can see there, that will be the drivers' standings. That will move accordingly based on today. We have green light, pit exit open. Drivers are starting their reconnaissance laps. For the last time in 2025. I'll tell you what, let's move that in there. And let's move that there. Oh, no, there. There we go. Multiviewer. Thing I'm most interested to see in 2026, Adrian Newey is a team principal instead of the car designer. That is intriguing. Yeah, I completely forgot about that, to be fair. That is still very intriguing. Don't know what to make of that, to be honest with you. But hope you're well, everyone. Hope you're well. Hope you're getting your beverages in. These are just reconnaissance laps. So this is like systems check laps. So they make their way around the track to their starting positions. They make their way through the pit lane just to make sure systems are all okay. And then they line up on the grid. You got the tyres mixed up, Dan? Oh, my God. That's why you should have notifications turned on. Max does not make mistakes. McLaren has messed up their chance of a drive championship, hoping Oscar can win. Yeah, I mean, the only mistake you can pinpoint to is Spain this year. I don't know if he's made any others this year, but nothing as of course, dramatic as what was the head loss in Spain, which he's admitted was a head loss as well. So, not long, no. In just over or just under 3 hours' time, we will find by 3 p.m. UK time, we will know who will be the Drivers' World Championship champion for 2025. My pleasure, El. My pleasure. Yep. So of course, this will be removed. The reconnaissance lap will be removed. The race start session will be removed. But yeah, we'll have only really the necessary information for all you guys. Of course, the driver standings are there for this race as well, because that is influential to know where they will be positioned at the end of the year. The constructors, we're not too fussed about. Mercedes do have a comfortable lead over the Red Bull team. But of course, Red Bull, even with Max getting full points here, I don't think will still be enough. Mercedes only need to score a couple of points to mathematically make it impossible for Red Bull to, well, in the sense of Yuki not scoring points today. Sorry, I'm sorry to write Yuki off a bit too soon there, but Yuki very rarely scores points. He could do today, but he's going to be used as a sacrificial lamb today, isn't he? In the hopes of helping Max Verstappen getting his 5th world title. Do they use throwaway tyres on recon laps or ones they'll race on? They're tyres that are, yeah, I say throwaway tyres is the wrong word, but yeah, they're tyres that have been used already. They're not tyres that are used for the race, no. So everyone is basically on a set of softs right now. They're on a set of used softs. How many pits are needed today? It looks like it's going to be a one-stop strategy. Pirelli have suggested numerous two-stop strategies, but I don't suspect that will be the case. I think, as we've seen so often this season as well, even when we've been expecting a two-stop strategy, it's always been a one-stop strategy. Pirelli's data also suggests that the medium can go 2 laps shy of what the hard compound tyre can do. So kind of contradicts themselves, really, unless, as someone did correctly point out, there has been graining that has been seen on the tyres. But the graining, while you'll lose grip for a certain few laps, you will be able to work your way through it and end up that tyre coming back to you. So, yes, there will be a period of the race where that medium will start to fall off a bit, but then it will come back to you. So it's whether or not teams decide to weigh up the odds if it's quicker to do a 2-stop with the 21-second pit stop loss time, whether that 21 seconds over the time it takes to get through that graining period is worth it or not. So, wouldn't be surprised to see Yuki go long. Oh, 100%. So we have Isaac Hadjar in P9 and we have Yuki Tsunoda in P10, don't we? And let's be real. Both of those are probably going to start on the hard compound tyre, as Liam Lawson. We've said this already. Yuki 100% is going to start on the hard. I think both RBs will start on the hard compound tyre as well. Let's be real. Yes, they're in a fight for their own constructors' title, but they are there to support the Red Bull team when things like this happen. So, why did Alpine actually renew Colapinto's contract? Money! Money, money, money! Money! Because he brings a shed load of cash. Simple as, really. Sorry, Colapinto fans, but that is the reality of things. So, yeah. And they need it at the moment, Alpine. They do need it. Hope Lando does a Brazil 2024. I appreciate the two. Am I able to show you the actual race? Unfortunately not, Raven. Nope. And you'll be hard. You won't be able to find that really anywhere on YouTube because it's copyright and you'll get taken down. So. Swim. Thank you, Scott, for a full season of watch-along streams. Look forward to 26 with more new teams, drivers, regulations, and hope Ferrari can design a good car. Thank you, buddy. I'm looking forward to 2026 as well. Not that I'm getting ahead of myself because we still have this race in front of us. Just over 30 minutes now. Thanks for keeping people employed. I'm employed. I'm not employed by F1, no, but I am employed. I do have my own job. This isn't my full-time job, contrary to what people may believe. So, will a 20-car DRS train not pose risks for Max 2? Yes, Dan, 100%. So this is the thing, is that Max, it's not only just in relation to strategy, but it's also the fact of those McLarens are better on the tyres generally than the Red Bull. And we've seen that throughout this season. And I guess the question is that Max is going to be punching a hole in front for Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. Oscar Piastri also needs to win this race. And I guess the thing is that, of course, Lando would want to be P1. But if he isn't P2, having Oscar Piastri, if he gets launched by Oscar Piastri, it's probably not the end of the world for him because he can see Oscar fight it out with Verstappen. Like, he's going to get punchy. Piastri is going to get very punchy with Verstappen because he also needs to win this race. Everyone has been talking about, of course, Verstappen winning this race and holding up the two McLarens, but Piastri needs to win this race as well. He's been punchy this year against McLaren, and it's in Piastri's own best interest to win this race and lead it from the front. So he's going to take an opportunity. He may make a late send on Verstappen. Like, Piastri has the least to... Everyone's saying Verstappen has the least to lose here. Oscar Piastri also has nothing to lose as well. So Max, you think would probably have Lando covered off because Lando wouldn't want to make an unnecessary move on Verstappen. Well, Piastri also is in a chance with a title here. And him banging wheels with Verstappen, he probably will take. Because it doesn't matter if Oscar DNFs or not, really, in the grandstand of things. It's win it or nothing for him. Because realistically, he needs Lando to finish outside the top 6. So, yes, he still wants Verstappen in the game, but he needs to win it. So he's going to be super aggressive. Piastri is going to be gone. Max holds field and Lando drives home. Maybe. But then Max has to win. But then Max, there's no point in Max holding the field up, is there? If Max finishes P2, so if we remind ourselves of the championship permutation. So if Max finishes P2, Max can finish P2 and win the championship still if Lando finishes P8. But he cannot have Oscar win the race. He has to have someone else win the race. So that's a George Russell, which just realistically isn't going to happen, is it? Because they don't have a fast enough car. So Piastri can't bang wheels with Norris, though. Max can bang wheels with both. True, but Piastri can bang wheels with Verstappen. So I guess Max has the least to lose because Max has already won 4 times after reg change. Who knows where Max will be? So Lando, Oscar need this. True, but then that's what I'm saying. I think Oscar equally has the same amount of lease to lose because he's never had one, of course, but he's coming into this race weekend with the most outside opportunity to win the race. And he has to get into P1. Otherwise, he's not able to do it. So, what happens if Lando and Max have the same points? Then Max wins on countback. So yeah, Max. That's why it's if Lando finishes P4 and Max wins, he wins on countback because he'll have 8 wins compared to Lando's 7. What is a recon lap? Recon laps are just like systems check laps. So they make their way round to their pit stop boxes. As you can see, their pit exit closed. And that is the recon laps done and dusted. They both can't. They need to win. Lando can because if Verstappen and Piastri end up behind, Lando is world driver champion. Yeah, true. I mean, that's the thing. So from a mental side of things, it's very interesting in like how they approach it. And I imagine the debriefs last night were very extensive, plotting out all the different scenarios that could happen. So, right, quick lube break for myself, guys. Suggest you guys do the same, and we'll be back in a jiffy. All right. We are back. We are back. Not long to go. Not long to go. What do I do on my F1 on the F1 break? Oh, I will spend some quality time with the family because it's Christmas. Then I will. What else will I do? Shopping. I'll still do some live streams as well. This isn't gonna be the end of my F1 content. Of course, we'll be full steam ahead into 2026 with the new regulations. So there'll be lots to cover. I'll go live, interact with you all. So yeah, do not fear. It won't be the last that you see of me in the F1 break for sure. Should go on a trip. I already had a trip. I went to Rome not too long ago with the missus. We had a nice long weekend. So, little one's a lot older now, so. Oh, rats. Hope you're good. Get your votes in. Who do you think is going to win this championship today? 61% of you think Max Verstappen, 33% think Norris, 6% think Oscar Piastri. So, hopefully we'll hear about Christian Horner in the new year. Hopefully? Hopefully? Are you hopeful for that? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, look, apparently Christian Horner, just to touch on that, he was supposed to be involved. He might be brought on to Aston Martin, and there was discussions for him to join Aston Martin, but not in a team principal role. It would be in like a senior position. So, but I don't think that's happening now. So, any thoughts on the F1 removing DRS next season? Yeah, we have done that. So, I'm positive about it. I'm looking forward to it. Hope I hit 75k subs today, Kevin. Hopefully, look. If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. It's wonderful that we've achieved 70,000 last stream in quali. So that's brilliant. Of course, if you are new to the stream and you have yet to subscribe, please do. It'd be much appreciated. We've been here for every single race this year, every single qualifying session bar one for my daughter's first birthday. That's why I missed it. But I'm fully looking forward to bringing you more F1 content, video form, short form, and of course the watch-alongs next season. And yeah, we'll try and bring you some content in the off-season as well, and interact with you all because I love it. I love interacting with you all. So we'll do some awards. We'll do some looking forwards. We'll do some awards. We'll have a look at the inter-team battles, review the season as a whole, and then look forward to 2026. Max is going to win the World Drivers' Championship. Lando fans, get out. Ooh, no, now. Nicey. You can support your drivers, whoever you want, but let's keep it fair and respectful. That's what we do here. We do have the mods who do a brilliant job. They've done a wonderful job all season, so I just want to say a big shout out to the mods. You know who you are. Thank you for keeping this chat nice and clean and respectful. That's what we want here. We want this to be a place where we can have some banter, of course, between fan bases, but a nice, respectful place to discuss our love of F1. And well, what a race we have today. Hopefully, it's a great place for you guys to be involved in, whether you're involved in the chat or not, or you're just watching from wherever it is from across the world. So yeah. I've got 70,000 subscribers and you still need another job. YouTube content creation is clearly a tough game. It is, yeah. It is with just... you need more than just ad revenue. Put it that way. You need more than just what you earn from ads through Google. So... But of course, different genres pay different sorts of money. So, yeah, the amount of subscribers that you've got isn't a direct correlation to how much you earn on YouTube. Just a sidebar there. The mods have been doing hard work all season. They have indeed. And shout out to Nightbot as well. Nightbot has done a tremendous job this year. So... I won't show the actual race. No, guys, if you are new here, the race is not shown here because, for obvious reasons, it's copyrights. Anyone who is showing the race will be taken down probably swiftly, very swiftly, on YouTube, and their channel will be banned. So, yeah, that's not what we do here. Cheers, Joe. Have a good one, mate. Imagine Lando crashing into Max Turn 1. Well, look, there's plenty of scenarios. We are only just over 20 minutes away from finding out what is going to happen down into Turn 1 on lap 1 here. It's a short run down into Turn 1. Last year, of course, if you missed it, Max Verstappen shoved it down the inside of Oscar Piastri and spun the Australian around, allowing Lando Norris to just drive off into the distance and win the eventual race from Carlos Sainz. No such scenario today for Max Verstappen, at least, because he'll be starting from pole position rather than from 4th place last year. Lando Norris is on the inside, though, so he is in that position. And, of course, the inside car has the power here. He'll be looking to try and get a good start and ensure that he's at least alongside Max Verstappen so that he is not crowded out. Of course, Max is going to look to get a good start and cover off Lando as quick as possible. And then, of course, it's all anyone's game after that. Any video game streams in the off-season, maybe iRacing? Yeah, I do want to get back into iRacing in the off-season. I will have a bit more time. I will have a bit more time off, of course, from streaming F1 at weekends. So I should be able to fit in some iRacing streams as well. I've missed it. I haven't done as much as I would have liked to. What's my opinion on DRS? Yeah, I've already answered that. I'm positive about it for next year. So let's have a look, shall we, for those of you who are just tuning in a bit late, let's have a look at I'll remind you guys of the strategy options for today. Let's just go here. So, strategy options for today. We ran through this earlier on, but you can see here that strategy number 1 is the preferred strategy. I fully expect this to be in use today, to be honest with you. I think we will see some graining at some point in the race where the tyres do start to fall off, and it seems like they're starting to fall off, and we do see drivers start to struggle with the level of grip that they have. But they'll be able to work through that pretty quickly, and this has always been pretty much a medium to hard strategy here if there is no safety car. Strategy number 2 is probably the strategy that all of the other Red Bull Racing affiliated drivers will use. That is in the form of Isaac Hadjar starting in P9, Yuki starting in P10, and Liam Lawson in P13, because they are probably going to goal hang for a safety car. They're going to goal hang and ensure that hopefully they stay within that pit stop window, which we'll review in a second. In that gap that they need to be in, so that if McLaren do pit, they come out behind them and they are able to hold up the McLarens for as long as possible. Strategy number 3 is a 2-stop, as is strategy number 4 and 5. I personally don't see the 2-stop being viable here today, unless, as we've just touched upon, the graining is so severe that we see the teams see that the amount of time that they'll lose out on track being the same, or if not more, than what they would lose by just sticking a new set of tyres on with the pit stop lost time. So primarily, yeah, it's going to be strategy number 1. The performance life, well, 36 laps on the mediums, quite considerably a lot more than the softs, and, well, almost as long-lasting as the hard compound tyre. So not quite sure how they think the 2-stop strategy is going to be viable here, if they think the medium is going to last that long. But as we said, the graining is probably more so what they're worried about. Moving back to the tyres allocated for this race, well, you can see that Verstappen has 2 brand new sets of mediums to use, and Russell has 2 brand new sets as well, whereas Norris and Piastri only have 1. They have 2 brand new sets of hards. So interesting decisions there from McLaren and Red Bull. We'll see if that pays any fruition in this race today. And, well, they have no brand new sets of hards available to them because they all used, softs, because they use those in quali. So, yeah. That is that. Then we move to the race pace. The race pace, they think McLaren is the fastest, unsurprisingly, but Red Bull not too far behind, less than half a tenth behind McLaren from the data that's been gathered over this weekend. Mercedes 2 tenths behind. This is why we are going to see basically Verstappen hold up the field if he can, because no one other than the Red Bull, evidently in Max's hands, has the pace to cope with the McLarens. So he needs the assistance of others, i.e. George Russell, i.e. Charles Leclerc maybe in the Ferrari. But even then, we've seen that Ferrari this year and we know how poor it has been. Jarvis, thank you for the 5 gifted again. Top man. Much appreciated. You do that every single time, man. You're a top guy. And then Aston Martin down there in P9 shows you how good of a lap shows you how good of a lap it was from Fernando Alonso to stick that car up in P6. Then looking at the all-important interval time here, the pit stop loss time, the interval time, the gap to the McLarens that Yuki Tsunoda, Isaac Hadjar, Liam Lawson need to be within. That's what we are assuming is going to be utilised today, is that 21 seconds. If Yuki, in particular, is 21 seconds, less than 21 seconds behind the McLarens, then he will end up ahead of the McLarens when it comes to a pit stop, or after the McLaren's pit stop. So they will end up behind Yuki, and Yuki will do his absolute best to hold them up. How long he'll be able to hold them up for on used hards compared to that of, which we're assuming is going to be the hard compound tire he starts on, then that of the McLarens, who will be on fresh hards, I presume, then probably not very long, but it could be influential come the end of the race with late safety cars and so forth. We saw last year, in 2021, Sergio Perez held up Lewis Hamilton for a considerable amount of time, so much so that he wasn't able to make another pit stop. And of course, we know what happened in the end there. So stationary, it is a 6.5 second advantage if you pit under the safety car in VSC, which we have seen safety cars here in the past. Because it is the last race of the season, we could see some mechanical failures, and it's the last race of this regulation set. Teams really have no concern about managing the stress on the engine and on their parts. Of course, they want to make it to the end of the race, but they'll be able to pretty much maximise the amount of usage they've got left in those combustion units. So, yeah, let's see what happens. And then, of course, the championship permutations. If you are unfamiliar, then Lando Norris needs a third-place finish. That's all he needs today is a third-place finish. That is within his control. He's the only driver who has the title within his control. He only needs to finish on the podium. But, of course, this is going to be a very, very difficult race for him. If he finishes P4 and Max wins the race, then he will lose the title. They'll be on the same amount of points, but Max Verstappen will win due to countback. He'll have one more race win than Lando Norris, 8-7. And, well, if Oscar Piastri wins the race, then he only needs to finish in the top 5, which makes it a lot more easier for him. So Max Verstappen, of course, we have seen here today that if he wins, we've seen, as we just mentioned, if he finishes P1, he will only need Lando. He needs Lando to finish P4, which is why we think there's going to be some shenanigans. P2, he needs a P8 from Lando. P3, a P9. So basically, it's pretty much a win it scenario for Max Verstappen, which is why he can't be too cute with how slow he goes today if he leads out of the first corner, because he needs to hold up. He needs, obviously, to still win this race. And if Oscar gets by Lando at the start of the race, then he's going to be very punchy as well, and he will be looking for the race win because he is also looking for his first world title. Yes, it is an outside shot. P1 for him he needs, with Lando finishing P6, but never say never. So, yeah, lots of intrigue here. Lots of intrigue. Few things could happen. Woo! Woo-wee! Evening, everyone. Evening. Good to see you. Afternoon, good morning, wherever you're tuning in from across the world. Hope you're well. Hope you are good. You're having a late Oktoberfest. Well, risk of rain 0% for those of you who are just tuning in. So, surprise, surprise, in Abu Dhabi, there is no rain. If you can hit that subscribe like button, guys, it'd be much appreciated, and get this stream to 1,000 likes before we start the race. We have just over 10 minutes remaining, 13 minutes until the formation lap gets started. So hopefully we will be good there. Have the championship standings here, championship permutations. Let's see what is going to occur, eh? What is going to occur? They decide the championship via countback if it's a tie. So it goes from the most amount of first place wins. If it then goes for first place wins. First place is a win. It will be decided if there is a tie of points on who has the most wins. So that's why Max needs to win this and Lando to finish P4, basically, because they'll be on the same points, but he'll have one more race win because they're all on the same amount of race wins, 7 apiece. If they then have the same amount of race wins on the board, then it goes to second place finishes, the most amount of second place, and so on and so on if they have like the same. By the way, Pyro, thank you for the 5 gifted. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And thank you for the 70,000 subscribers yesterday, by the way, guys. Onwards and upwards. Right, not long to go. Pit stop loss time is 21 seconds. It is 21 seconds. If you've just missed that. Live from Miami at 7:50 a.m. Oof. Yes, we have just over 2 hours pretty much until we know who will be the 2025 Drivers' World Champion. Will it be Max Verstappen winning his 5th consecutive world title? Will it be Lando for the first time in his career? Or will it be Oscar Piastri? The last 2 times we have had more than 2 drivers heading into the finale of the F1 season with an opportunity to win the race. The third place driver has won it both times. Kimi Räikkönen in 2007, beating Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton in his rookie season. And then in 2010, Sebastian Vettel in third place won the last race of the season. A brilliant end to his year in that season. multiple race wins, and he beat his teammate Mark Webber and Fernando Alonso. Thank you, nobody. Much appreciated. Do not really, as long as it's fair and on merit. Exactly. And that's what we want. I want it to be fair and on merit. And look, may the best driver win. May the best driver win. I hope there's no shenanigans with, like, the pit wall and so forth. Like, obviously it's a team game. F1 isn't just about the drivers, but I feel like this should be decided out on track more so than it is, like, on the pit wall with a slow wheel gun stop or something. But hey, that's F1 at the end of the day. That is F1. Every element counts. That's why they need to be a well-operationed and oiled machine. And arguably, Red Bull is the best at that and has been for quite some time. And McLaren have found that out, especially in the last couple of races, because this season, this championship, it should at least already be wrapped up. And, well, should be going to either one of the McLaren drivers, with Max Verstappen not even mathematically possible to win this championship. But here we are. He is 12 points behind Lando Norris with just one race remaining. Lando looks nervous. I have money on Max winning, but that's so to soften the blow if Lando doesn't win. I mean, Lando must feel nervous. Max will feel nerves as well. He just won't have maybe as many as what Lando Norris has or Oscar Piastri. But yeah, you're going to have nerves. And I always remember, was it Jack Nicklaus, the golfer, of course, if you're unfamiliar with who Jack Nicklaus is. Statistically, the best golfer. He has the most majors. It's him and Tiger Woods that people consider to be the best golfers of all time. He has the most majors as well, Jack Nicklaus. And he was asked, do you still get nerves? Do you still get butterflies on the start of a tournament, of a major? And he went, 100%. He said, I'd be concerned if I didn't get butterflies and be nervous at the start of a tournament, because it means that I don't care anymore. So Max Verstappen will have those, no doubt, but he probably won't have as many as what Lando Norris has right now, or even Oscar Piastri. So nerves keep you sharp, exactly. And I'm not saying I'm not an F1 driver by any means, but the most nervous I've ever been, and I'm saying this may be the case for these drivers as well, but I remember the most nervous I've ever been in my life, ever, was taking my driving test. When Stuffeyy, good few years ago now, was 17 years old, I was taking my driving test, and I remember being a nervous wreck, shaking, everything, before I was doing my driving test, waiting for the instructor to come out. And I remember, because I wanted it so much, I've never wanted something so much in my life. And as soon as I got behind the steering wheel, I vividly remember it, all my nerves went away. They completely disappeared. And I remember vividly thinking when I was driving, going, that's a bit strange. All my nerves have disappeared. And I was and I felt fully in control. And I'm not saying that's going to be the case for Lando or Oscar, but it very well could be. And things move so quickly when you're driving as well, especially when you're in an F1 car. Don't have that much time to think. Sometimes they do, but they probably don't have that much time to think. Ashley, thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated for the $20. Oh, thank you. Chemistry finals tomorrow. Should you study or watch the season finale? You can take a break, Anne. You can take a break for the next couple of hours, can't you? You shouldn't be revising for 12 hours straight anyway, because it doesn't always go straight into your head. You don't concentrate fully. So take the next 2 hours off, and then once the race finishes, you can go back to studying. I do, Kevin. Good to see you, mate. What is the pit window for all types of tyres? And what tyres are all of them starting on today? We don't know what tyres they're all starting on yet. We will get that any moment now. We will be getting that any moment now. We are just waiting for that. The tyre blankets will be off very soon, normally around the 5-minute mark, so just 1.5 minutes remaining. We will be getting that. So is this the whole thing, or will we actually see the race? No, just my commentary, the live data on screen, and the track map. We can't show live footage because it is copyright. So moments away, guys. Moments away. We're about to get those tyre blankets off. I'm going to have one more toilet break. I suggest you guys do the same. One more toilet break. Get your beverages topped up. Get the kettle popped on. Get your tea. Get your coffee. Whatever your beverage of choice is. And your snacks. Because we are just over 5 minutes away from the formation lap getting underway. And hopefully, by the time I have had this quick, this quick break, we will have those tyre blankets off. Back in a jiffy, guys. Here we go. Oh, Oscar's on hards. No way. No, he's not. Oscar's on hards. I am shocked. I am shocked. Oscar Piastri on the hard compound tyre to start this race. We have Lando Norris and Max Verstappen on mediums, Russell and Leclerc on mediums, as we expect. Shock, absolute horror to no one that Yuki Tsunoda is on the hard compound tyre. That is something we predicted. So, Lawson and Hadjar on the mediums. I'm surprised about that. So maybe they aren't fully going in for Max Verstappen. They're running their own race. But that is intriguing. Alternate strategy. Alternate strategy for Oscar Piastri. Of course, he needs to win this race. So, yes, bold for Oscar Piastri, but he needs to as well. I thought they'd be like for like, to be honest with you. But they are trying to do something a little bit different so that Oscar can potentially go long in this race, maybe benefit from a late safety car, get a cheaper pit stop, get track position. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So, yeah, team orders are already called. No, that is them. Thank you for the 2, by the way, Edwin. That is purely just them trying something different. So if you're unfamiliar with this weekend, the rules for this weekend is that the McLaren team are not sharing data. So Norris and Piastri's side of the garage has not shared data at all for this weekend. They are running their own setups, their own races, strategy. So, interesting. I expect team orders to be used later on in the race. I expect that call to fully come in if Max Verstappen, if there's a possibility that Norris can still win this championship and Oscar is out of it. I do expect that. I really do. Why do McLarens have different drivers? It's a driver decision. Yeah, the garage decision. So that is entirely up to them. That is entirely up to them. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Over 10,000 viewers before this race even starts. It is the big one, of course. It is the big one. You're all here for the same reason. You want to find out, in the next 2 hours, who is going to be our 2025 World Champion. Is it going to be Max Verstappen? Is it going to be Lando Norris? Is it going to be Oscar Piastri? I am ending the poll, and Max Verstappen, even though he needs assistance from other drivers and for Lando Norris to finish P4 and Max for himself to win the race, I'm on the quali layout, am I? Oh, there we go. Race layout. There we go. Thanks for reminding me. There we go. Because we want to see those gaps. That's what we want to see. We want to see those intervals. 21 seconds is the gap that Yuki Tsunoda needs to stay within those McLarens. That is what we'll be keeping an eye out on, because that is the pit stop lost time here at Abu Dhabi. And, well, that is what, of course, that is the plan for Yuki, is to stay out on those hard compound tyres and hold those McLarens up, at least Lando Norris, when they make their inevitable pit stop. Oh, not long to go, not long to go. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining until this formation lap gets underway. Thank you for choosing myself. Welcome back, everyone. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. If you've been here before, thank you for tuning in, as always. Get your bets in. Is Lando Norris going to win this? He only needs a podium. Is it going to be Max Verstappen? He needs Lando to finish outside the top 3 and for him to win the race. Or is it going to be Oscar Piastri, like it has been the last 2 times we have ended up here? Last 2 times we've ended up in the last race of the season, and 3 drivers have had a possibility of winning the championship. The 3rd place driver has ended up winning the race. Here we go. Not long, 20 seconds until the formation lap gets underway. Ooh. Here we go, here we go. I'm nervous. I'm nervous, guys. I don't know about you, but I'm nervous. And I don't even have a horse in this race. But I'm nervous for them. Here we go. Clock is down. The formation lap of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, the last race here in 2025, is underway. Let's have a rundown of your starting grid for this last race of the season. We have Max Verstappen for pole position yesterday. A great lap to out-qualify both McLarens. He is on P1. He is looking to lead into the turn 1, and he has to win today to have any realistic opportunity of winning this championship. He's 5th in a row. Lando Norris going for his first ever world title starts on the inside line into turn 1, P2, but he will have the dirtier side of the racing track. Oscar Piastri, bold call for Oscar, starting P3. He's on the racing side of the track, the clean side, and he starts on the hard compound tyre. Split strategy for the 2 McLarens. He also has an opportunity of winning this title today. George Russell is P4 on the mediums. Leclerc is P5 on the mediums. A great qualifying from him yesterday in that McLaren. Fernando Alonso is P6 on the mediums, as is Bortoletto in 7th. Ocon, a great qualifying for him to round off what's been a bit of a topsy-turvy season in Haas for the Frenchman. Didn't race here last year in that Alpine, and he qualified P8. Isaac Hadjar is on the mediums in P9. Yuki Tsunoda on the hard compound tyre, being deployed as a blocker, hopefully, for those 2 McLarens if you're a Max Verstappen fan, and he will be going long in this race to try and hold up those McLarens. 21 seconds is the gap you will be looking for, guys, to keep an eye out on. Ollie Behrman is in P11 on the mediums, as is Carlos Sainz, with Liam Lawson in P13. Interestingly, both RB drivers are starting on the medium compound tyre. We have Kimi Antonelli on the hard compound tyre in P14. Max would have loved Kimi to be a bit more quicker here this weekend, as he is down in 14th. Stroll is 15th. Lewis Hamilton, out in a first successive Q1 session yesterday, is started on the soft compound tyres. He'll be glad to see the back of this SF25 this year, what has been a terrible first season in Ferrari. Alex Albon is in P17 on the softs, as well as is Hulkenberg in P18, and then the 2 Alpines in Gasly and Colapinto round off your grid here at Abu Dhabi. It's the last race that will see the use of DRS until we then move to the new regulations with the MOM system, which is like your push-to-pass system. So next year is going to be very different in many ways. The last race of this regulation set. Will Max Verstappen be able to make it a clean sweep of championships in this ground effect era? He has 3 already, 4 overall, of course, with 2021 included. Can he make it 5? Who knows whether they're going to get an opportunity to win a championship in the near future with these new regulations. This could be the last opportunity, at least for Norris and Piastri. You do expect Verstappen will have another opportunity. He will be definitely a driver that many will be wanting to acquire his services if Red Bull are not at the races next year. But let's see what happens. So drivers making their way around the last corner, lining up on the grid. We are moments away from the last race of 2025 with 3 drivers. The first time in 15 years we have had more than 2 drivers with an opportunity heading into the last race of the season to win the World Championship. Your driver standings are just above my head there. We will be keeping an eye on those throughout the race. They are lined up at the back of the grid. Colapinto is there. It is green light, away we go at Abu Dhabi for the last time this year. Who leads at the end of the first corner? Max Verstappen looks like he's got a decent getaway. Where is Lando Norris on those mediums? Who is leading there as Charles Leclerc has moved all the way up into P4 and Fernando Alonso has made a position as well. But Max Verstappen leads ahead of Lando Norris just like he wanted to do. But will he lead at the end of the lap? Because we still have turn 6 to contend with. That long back straight as Kimi Antonelli has also lost a lot of positions there with a poor start on the hard compound tyre. Ollie Behrman moves up. Here we go. Down the back straight for the first time. Yuki Tsunoda is importantly where he started. Max Verstappen already half a second ahead of Lando Norris down into turn 6. Lando Norris only needs that podium today. Fernando Alonso looks very punchy at the start of this race as he's going for a move on Charles Leclerc down into turn 6. Fernando Alonso is side by side with Charles Leclerc as they come out of turn 7. Who leads there? Charles Leclerc does, as Verstappen comfortably led at the start of the first corner. Oscar Piastri is looking for a move on Lando Norris as they make their way down into turn 9. Did Lando get a poor start? He defends to the inside. Who leads there as Piastri is ahead of Lando Norris into turn 9, and Oscar Piastri is up to P2 as Oscar Piastri forced Lando out of position into turn 6, and he got a brilliant slipstream on his teammates and went round the outside with the hard compound tyre, and Lando now finds himself in the last position that he can finish today to win this championship. He needs a podium, but will he be able to stay there? Now Max Verstappen, what games, what shenanigans does he play? He leads into turn 1 at the end of the first lap. He is 1.2 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri. DRS is now enabled as a lot of room. Lando actually played that very cautious, as he expected to do, on Oscar Piastri. Didn't want to go too wheel to wheel with his teammate, and Lando Norris left plenty of room for Oscar on the outside. Oscar also did the same. Colapinto has been noted for a starting procedure infringement. No doubt that'll probably be a 5-second time penalty, as we have seen in the last few races. Any sort of movement on the start line means that you end up getting a 5-second time penalty. But Max Verstappen, 1.4 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri. Now remember, Yuki Tsunoda is P10. He is 6 seconds behind Max Verstappen. He needs to be 21 seconds within that of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri to be a blocker here today. No doubt, both Piastri and Yuki Tsunoda are going to be going long in this race as Nico Hülkenberg gets past Pierre Gasly down at the bottom of the field there. As we have Carlos Sainz making a great overtake on Ollie Behrman there as well into turn 9. So we are seeing overtakes here in the opening stages of this race. Lewis Hamilton on the soft compound tyre, he is up into P14. But the story here at the front is Max Verstappen leads at the start of this race, 1.6 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri on the hard compound tyre, with Lando Norris 1.2 seconds back into P3 as Piastri overtook his teammates around the outside into turn 9. A great move by him, forcing Lando out of position into turn 6, and that is why Oscar Piastri is up into P2. So Charles Leclerc is just within the DRS of Lando Norris, and Max Verstappen at the moment is not playing games. Max Verstappen is just trying to build a gap on Oscar Piastri right now. So what is the strategy here? I thought it'd be holding up the McLarens right now, but maybe that is something that will happen later in the race after the second pit stop, or after the first pit stop, that we will see. But Lando Norris, 1 second, just over 1 second ahead of, well, he was just 9 tenths ahead of Charles Leclerc there, and you can see the DRS open. Charles Leclerc, you can see him gaining on Lando Norris there down into turn 6, as Lando Norris doesn't have the DRS, importantly, on Oscar Piastri, and Charles Leclerc does gain a significant amount of time down that back straight, but it's not enough to get close to Lando Norris right now. George Russell, who many thought would be playing a role here today, he finds himself down 2 positions to P6 after a poor start off the line. And, well, you can see the DRS train. There's a massive DRS train right now all the way behind Lando Norris, of all people. It's not behind Max Verstappen because Max is trying to build a gap right here. Fastest lap last time around at 29.117. Oscar Piastri at 29.8 on the hards. Split strategy here. Both of those drivers, Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri, need to win this race today. You can see the championship permutations there just above my head. If it finishes as it stands, Max Verstappen would gain 25 points and finish on 421. Lando Norris would finish on 423, being in third place, and Oscar Piastri in second would finish on 410 after him starting the furthest back of the three today, of 16 points behind his teammates. So Max Verstappen 1.8, 1.9 seconds. He is pulling out a gap on Oscar Piastri, although that gap lap last time around was a 29.5 compared to Oscar Piastri's 29.5 as well. So is this now maybe Max trying to hold up the field. No, not at the moment, because you can see there he is wasting no time whatsoever. 2 seconds utilising that clean air that he has, as George Russell is 17, sets the fastest first sector out of anyone. But Charles Leclerc is looking to attack Lando Norris. He's 4 tenths behind Charles Leclerc. He's getting closer, and well, every single lap Charles Leclerc is getting closer to Lando Norris, who does not have the DRS, as George Russell now gets past Fernando Alonso and regains a position from the start. Charles Leclerc is going to have another set of DRS here down into turn 9. Lando's going to have to go defensive, you presume, as Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari looks for a move on Lando, but he's just a bit short. 2 tenths behind Lando, and the pressure is being applied on Lando in P3. And if he finishes P4, he will not win the race today. We do have a very long way to go, of course, still 55 laps remaining in this race, in this championship decider. Lewis Hamilton got ahead of Carlos Sainz there on the soft compound tyre. He's now up to 13th place. He's having a bit of sport at the start of this race here. But Lando Norris is losing time to Oscar Piastri, looking to be trying to just maybe hold a decent window behind Oscar ahead so that he can look after these medium compound tyres. But by doing so, he is leaving himself vulnerable to Charles Leclerc, who is doing a tremendous job in that Ferrari. But he's just lost a bit of time for that first sector through turn 1, where the front tyres need to bite. And you can see that Lando has just pulled out a 1-second gap on Charles Leclerc, and that DRS detection zone, that pink dot on your screen, Charles Leclerc will not get it, even though he's within 1 second of Lando now through the exit of turn 5. He wasn't 1 second behind down through that detection zone. So Lando Norris has actually gained a bit of time on Piastri. Well, he's gained a bit of time on Oscar Piastri there. He's only 1 second behind his teammate. He just set the fastest first sector out of anyone, a 17.9, 3 tenths quicker than that of Oscar Piastri up ahead, as Lando is being told, we're happy with this as long as you're comfortable. This will be plan A target lap. Plan A target lap. So McLaren are not too stressed about this situation that Lando finds himself in. However, Charles Leclerc is gaining a lot of time. Lando is clearly not as comfortable through that turn 6 and 7 chicane as what the rest of the field seems to be. That's where he lost important time yesterday in his qualifying lap over Max Verstappen. And well, that is where Charles has just been able to gain a bit of time on Lando. Of course, the DRS is assisting as well, as Piastri does a... Well, he's about to set... Let's see what the lap times are of Max Verstappen as he comes around the last corner. He does a 29.695. Oscar Piastri on the hard compound tyre does a 29.758. So not a lot to separate them at the moment. Less than a tenth on their lap times. 2.3 seconds is the gap to Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri. Lando Norris does a 29.8. So he's a bit slower than Max in clean air. Understandable, of course, as he's got the dirty air of his teammate ahead. But he's not too much slower than his teammate, Oscar Piastri, on the hard compound tyre. Charles Leclerc, he's keeping him out of DRS just for now, as Charles is further than 1 second back behind Lando Norris in that DRS detection zone again. We'll keep an eye on the slipstream, as Lando uses a bit more of the rears, it seems, through that turn 5 corner and maintains that 1 second gap, whereas Charles did gain last time around. And let's see how he navigates this turn 6 and 7 chicane. Max Verstappen still not holding up. Oh my goodness, Charles Leclerc did really look for a move on Lando Norris, by the way, into turn 5. Oscar Piastri at the start of this race. He nearly took out Oscar Piastri watching the replay back, but Piastri didn't worry about it, as he managed a few corners later to get past his teammates into turn 9 and into the top 2, into P2. Of course, he needs to win this race today, as there's a turn 5 incident involving Gasly and Hulkenberg noted for causing a collision, but Charles Leclerc is still not leaving Lando Norris. This is what Max Verstappen will be hoping. There's no backing up right now, as Yuki Tsunoda, update on him. He's still in 10th place on the hard compound tyre in that DRS train behind Gabriel Bortoleto. Thank you for the 100, by the way, web host. Much appreciated. As we can see, there's a DRS train behind Fernando Alonso, not from that of Gabriel Bortoleto, as Fernando Alonso was predicted to be the DRS train holder here today. Apologies for the few little delays there in the track map, as of course this is being viewed by many people across the world right now. But Lando Norris, 9 tenths. Charles Leclerc is going to get the DRS here. He does his fastest first sector of the race thus far, as no further investigation for Lewis Hamilton and Alex Albon for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. So it's getting a bit punchy behind, as Lewis Hamilton's actually side by side with Ollie Behrman down into turn... Carlos Sainz down. No, he's got past Carlos Sainz. So Lewis Hamilton, update on him, is down into He's in 13th place at the moment. As Verstappen is told, this is good for now, Max. We may wish to go longer, so just keep on top. So this is a strategy for Max Verstappen. This is what they're aiming to do. As Charles Leclerc is 6 tenths behind Lando Norris, he does need to be a lot closer to have an opportunity, but he's keeping and applying the pressure. Max Verstappen will be happy with this. Of course, they still want Yuki to come into play, and that gap from Yuki to Max is 10 seconds. To Oscar Piastri, it is 8 seconds. To Lando Norris, it is 7 seconds, almost 6 seconds. And that is what they'll be looking for, to get Yuki Tsunoda long in this race on the hard compound tyre and pit when the McLarens eventually pit on the medium, or at least Lando Norris will pit early compared to Piastri on the hard. He will stay out ahead and be that blocker. So, with 8 laps on the 8th lap of this race, 51 laps remaining here. Max Verstappen leads 29.7 last time around. He leads 2.1 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri, and this is plan A for him. No holding up the pack right now. Lando Norris is in 3rd place after being overtaken by his teammate around turn 9, and he is 1.5 seconds further back of Oscar. Charles Leclerc is within the DRS of Lando Norris, as he has been pretty much for the majority of this race in the early stages, and applying the pressure on our championship leader. He is going to win this race as it stands with a 3rd place finish. Wendy, thank you for the $100. My goodness, thank you. Back to the commentary. So Charles Leclerc is getting a lot closer here, by the way. Let's have a look. He's 4 tenths behind, down into turn 6, turn 7 on the exit. This is where Lando's been a bit poor. He's closer than he has been for some time. He's half a second back, but I still think it's a bit shy of having an opportunity of Lando, who can just defend the inside line into turn 9. But of course, it is a corner where you can carry more speed on the outside. You can see a purple middle sector for Charles Leclerc there in this Ferrari. And well, how much longer can Charles Leclerc sustain this attack on Lando? He's eating the dirty air of the papaya car and our championship leader. And well, Max is hoping that he'll be able to dispatch him before that eventually happens, because this Ferrari, we do know, doesn't have the same level of race pace as the Red Bull and the McLaren. But Charles is doing a brilliant job at the moment. As Piastri is being told, I can't see exactly. I think they said, let's see if we can start putting pressure on Max Verstappen, is what Oscar Piastri was just told. And well, he's just done a lap that was just over a tenth quicker than Verstappen. You can see that gap has now got down to under 2 seconds. Oscar Piastri and Max Verstappen is around the 2 second mark, and he's on the hard compound tyre as we're seeing some early pit stops here. Early pit stops in this race. Lewis Hamilton on the softs, Alex Albon on the softs. Lando Norris has just gained quite a considerable amount of time of Charles Leclerc there in that first sector, of 17.8 compared to Leclerc's 18.1, and that's just kept the Charles Leclerc out of the DRS. Track limits for Yuki at turn 1. A few track limits violations have been noted here, as Lewis Hamilton is out on the hard compound tyre, as is Alex Albon. Nico Hülkenberg pitted a lap prior than that as well, which I just missed, and slots in between Lewis Hamilton and Alex Albon. So they might be going to the end of the race on this hard compound tyre, maybe. We will see, or it's a committance to the two-stop strategy here today, which Pirelli did suggest. Charles Leclerc does regain, even though he doesn't have the DRS down the back straight. Slipstream is still a factor, and Lando Norris, who is running a little bit more downforce than that of Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri, will be punching a bigger hole through the air than that of his competitors up ahead. But Charles, that allows him to get back within the DRS, and he does seem to have a better time of it through turn 6 and 7 chicane compared to that of Lando Norris. But of course, Lando doesn't need to take any risks right now. This race, he's panning out supposedly on plan A, as the McLaren engineer hoped to. Thank you for the 5, by the way, Hannah. Much appreciated. And thank you, everyone, who has been tuning in and subscribed to the channel. Over 30,000 of you here in this early stage of this championship decider. Max Verstappen leads from Oscar Piastri. Lando Norris is P3. Charles Leclerc is P4. George Russell is 5th. Alonso is 6th. Bortoletto is 7th. Hadjar is 8th. Ocon is 9th. Tsunoda is 10th on that hard compound tyre. He could be influential here today in this championship battle. We'll keep an eye out on his progression and that gap to Lando Norris, which is just under 9 seconds. Liam Lawson is P11, Ollie Behrman is 12th, Sainz is 13th, Stroll is 14th, Antonelli is 15th, Gasly is 16th, Colapinto is 17th, with Lewis Hamilton 18th, Hülkenberg 19th, and Albon 20th. Hamilton, Hülkenberg, and Albon have pitted very early on in this race after the only 3 drivers to start on the hard compound tyre, maybe committing to that two-stop strategy which Pirelli suggested today. So, Charles Leclerc is still within the DRS of Lando Norris and still applying the pressure. Lando not having an easy time of it right now, which is what Max Verstappen and the Red Bull pit will be loving to see as Lewis Hamilton sets the fastest first sector on that set of soft compound tyres. Charles Leclerc still within that DRS of Lando Norris. Lando Norris dropping a bit further back from Oscar Piastri. Oscar been told to try and get ahead, or try and apply the pressure on Max Verstappen now, but he's unable to do so on that hard compound tyre. Turn 8 incident involving Lawson and Behrman noted for driving erratically. Not entirely sure what happened there. Maybe it was due to some unnecessary amount of weaving with the double DRS that we do have here. But Max 2.2 seconds, so he still has the extra level of grip in that medium compound tyre right now. Equal lap time to Oscar Piastri, slightly quicker by just a couple of hundredths of a second. So Oscar Piastri, not yet. We're not at this crossover phase. They did suspect that Pirelli, the tyres, would be able to go as long as the hard compound tyres, pretty much just shy of a couple of laps. Verstappen, 2.1 seconds, another track limits violation for Yuki Tsunoda, and that's something that, of course, they will not want Yuki Tsunoda to have, is a 5-second time penalty. Of course, he could still stay out there and take that 5-second time, still be a blocker, and take that 5-second time penalty at the pit stop that he takes, but he is down in P10. That gap to Lando Norris is nearly 10 seconds now to Lando Norris. 21 seconds is the pit stop lost time here, on average. That is the gap that the Red Bull pit wall will be looking for Yuki to stay within, but he's starting to fall back from this field. We're starting to see a little bit of a field spread here now, and you can see George Russell dropping back into a window so that he's not getting the dirty air from Charles Leclerc up ahead, who is now starting to fall back a little bit from Lando Norris. That's the first time we have seen, I think, throughout this race where Charles Leclerc, since being on the back of Lando Norris, has been unable to get DRS down the back straight from turn 7 to turn 9. Is the Ferrari's tyres starting to just struggle here as he has sustained that attack on Lando? George Russell is 2.8 seconds further back with Fernando Alonso, a further 1.8 seconds back from George Russell. He has been able to break that DRS train, but he's pulling Gabriel Bortoleto along in P7. And then the DRS train is behind Isaac Hadjar from P8 all the way down to P15 with Kimi Antonelli at the back. The two Alpines are in 16th and 17th. And Lewis Hamilton, Nico Hulkenberg and Alex Albon are P20 on brand new hard compound tyres. They started all on the soft compound. So interesting change. Interesting strategy developments here. Of course, this is a very long race. It doesn't mean that Max Verstappen will not hold the field up later on in the race. Of course, it is all about, I suspect, about ensuring that he doesn't ruin his chances of winning a race here today. Of course, he needs to win this race to be able to realistically win and have an opportunity, because Lando Norris is looking comfortable for a P3 and needs to finish P4 so that Max Verstappen will finish on equal points with Lando Norris, but would win on countback with 8 race wins to Lando Norris's 7. So will he be able to do that? Of course, it's about ensuring that he still wins this race and ends up with a decent strategy call. And then the holding up of the field will probably happen in the second half of the race, in the second split of this strategy. So we'll see how that fares. But thank you for everyone who is tuning in, by the way. Much appreciated. Hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't already. Over 30,000 viewers right now, and we are here for this 2025 finale at Abu Dhabi. It is Lando Norris in P1 in this championship overall. He would finish 2 points ahead of Max Verstappen, as you can see from the driver standings just above my head there, on 423, and Max would finish on 421. Oscar Piastri would finish on 410, but Oscar Piastri is on the alternative strategy to both Verstappen and Norris today. He needs to win this race to have an opportunity of winning. Will we see team orders implemented at the end of this race? We will see, but there's still a long way to go. 46 laps remaining. Verstappen 2 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri. They are lapping almost identical lap times, Verstappen and Piastri is on hard compound tyres, longer lasting hard compound tyres, only just though than that of the mediums of Max. Lando Norris is 2.6 seconds behind Piastri, and, well, importantly for Norris is that he has sustained that attack from Charles Leclerc, who is 1.5 seconds behind. He'd love to end this season in this terrible Ferrari car with a podium and say ta-da for SF25, and hope that the SF26, if that's what it's going to be called in the new regulations, of course, for 2026. I presume it'll be SF26, and he'll be hoping that is much better fortune for him, as will Lewis Hamilton, who is down in 18th right now, who has made a solitary pit stop, one of the 3 drivers to do so, with Hulkenberg in 19th and Albon in 20th. So we're starting to see the drivers on lap 13 here. We are starting to see the stage of this first stint As Norris is told, my graining is definitely picking up. We're starting to see the stage of this first stint here where the graining is starting to come into effect, and we're starting to see a bit of a field spread here as they're trying to find pockets of clean air and ensure that they make these tyres last. However, the graining is a phase that they can work through. The graining is where you see the trail of rubber, the line of rubber on the tyre, and it means that there is less contact patch on the surface. However, it does move, it does eventually fall off, and you work your way through it. So you have a certain amount of laps where you do have a lack of grip, but then you are able to work your way through it, drive through it, and the tyre grip does come back to you. But it's whether or not if it's worth doing it, because Pierre Gasly, with that time loss out on track, thinks no, it's not worth it, as he decides to dive into the pit lane. And of course, clean air is king, as we have seen numerous times throughout this season, as Lawson unfortunately receives a 5-second time penalty for driving erratically. Yet to see a replay of what he was how he was driving erratically, but I am going to presume, because it was down into turn 8, he was either he completely blocked that of Ollie Bearman, or he was weaving unnecessarily. That's what I presume that is, but a 5-second time penalty for Liam Lawson that he'll have to take at his next pit stop. So Liam, gap to Yuki Tsunoda now and Lando Norris. Well, if my calculations are correct, it's 12 seconds, 13 seconds nearly is the gap to Lando Norris and Yuki Tsunoda. So Yuki Tsunoda may not even still be coming into play here, as he's getting held up by Esteban Ocon ahead and Isaac Hadjar. And that pace of Hadjar isn't doing any favours for Yuki Tsunoda and the Red Bull garage for Max Verstappen if he is going to be utilised as a blocker here for Lando Norris, because Lando has some nice clean air ahead of him as George Russell pits early. On lap 14, this is interesting. Is this a two-stop strategy here today if he's pitting off on the 14th lap? Maybe I've been wrong in that we are going to see a simple one-stop strategy here today, and it is actually going to be two-stop, as we're seeing multiple drivers pit now. Isaac Hadjar and Ollie Bearman. That is much better for Yuki Tsunoda, because now he only has Esteban Ocon ahead of him. He'd love to see Esteban Ocon relieved of him so that he can end up in some clean air, as George Russell is going to end up just ahead of Lewis Hamilton, I think, as he comes out into turn 3, and George Russell does just come out ahead of Lewis Hamilton. And, well, that's a serious undercut that Lewis Hamilton has just done there to try and get into George Russell. So, wow, that is a very good strategy for Ferrari. We'll see if he's going to be able to make that hard compound tyre last. But what will be the response of those up front? What will McLaren's response be? Very quick pit stop for George Russell with 2.3 seconds. So, the gap, Oscar Piastri now starting to catch Max Verstappen. 1.5 seconds is the gap to Max. 17.8 second first sector. The middle sector was a 38.7. So, actually, they're pretty equal this lap. But Max's last lap, last time around, I think it was, or at least, is it this lap? It might be this last sector. Max has lost quite a bit of time, actually. A 32.9 compared to a 33.0, as Oscar Piastri did. They almost did identical lap times, but Oscar has gained a couple of attempts there over the course of the lap. So are we now starting to see that Max Verstappen, even with clean air, that medium compound tyre start to grain and start to have issues? And this is the key, this is the thing. You don't want to give up track position, of course, and Max is going to try and work his way through this graining phase and not give up track position, as Gabriel Bortoleto decides to dive into the pit lane as well. He relinquishes P6, and Esteban Ocon moves up, as does Yuki Tsunoda. The gap to Lando Norris and Yuki Tsunoda is 15 seconds. 6 more seconds, over 6 more seconds, and Yuki Tsunoda will be outside of that pit stop window, and Lando would be able to make a pit stop and come out ahead of Yuki. And no doubt that is what McLaren are probably keeping a keen eye on right now. And they'd love Esteban Ocon to stay out there a bit longer and hold Yuki up so that this gap can increase. George Russell, 17.8 seconds in the first sector. Purple for him on a brand new set of hards, as he's putting the gap out now to Lewis Hamilton, as Colapinto and Gasly pits. So we've nearly got half the field making a pit stop here. Antonelli is on the hard compound tyre, as Lance Stroll is in P11 and P10. Running from the top of the grid, though, it is Verstappen, 1.8 seconds. So he has pulled out a bit more of a gap here on Oscar in that middle sector. So Verstappen using maybe a bit more tyre in that middle sector and has pulled out a gap on Oscar. That is a gap to 1.7 seconds as they cross the line for lap 17 of this race. 42 laps remaining. Lando Norris is 4 seconds. As Lando pits. Okay, Lando Norris in the pits for the first time in this race. He was P3. What is the gap now? What is the gap now to Yuki Tsunoda? Yuki Tsunoda is going to end up out ahead of Lando Norris. Where will Lando Norris come out? Is he going to come out ahead? I guess they're covering off George Russell. I guess they're covering off George Russell. Where is Lando Norris going to rejoin? Charles Leclerc followed him in. Lando Norris, is he going to get out ahead of Kimi Antonelli? We're about to find out if the track map will sort itself out as Lando Norris. Where does he rejoin? As George Russell did get ahead of Fernando Alonso. Where is this track map as it rejoins as Lando Norris does come out behind Kimi Antonelli as Charles Leclerc covered off the undercut of George Russell, and as did Lando Norris. And well, that is smart thinking really for Lando Norris as Lando Norris gets past Kimi Antonelli comfortably. And that's smart thinking really when you think about it from McLaren, because they only need a top 3 today, and they've just covered off the 2 possibilities, the 2 drivers who could do so. As Charles Leclerc, as Kimi Antonelli does get back past Lando Norris, as Charles Leclerc and George Russell have gone side by side there through turn 6 and 7, and Lewis Hamilton is closing up this gap now on Charles Leclerc and George Russell. George Russell, is he going to be able to get ahead of Charles Leclerc down into turn 9? They're side by side. George is looking for the move. He got overtaken here by Lewis Hamilton on the last lap, last time around, and he's got tyres for a lap. Oh, older than Charles Leclerc, but up to temperature, and Charles holds him off. And while these 2 battle, as Charles loses the position again to George, they're still side by side through turns 13 and 14. And Charles Leclerc, great racing from Charles Leclerc and George Russell, fair and respectful. How they're still both on track, but this has just allowed Lando Norris to build a nice little gap here to those 2 drivers, and that has covered off the 2 drivers who will be P3. Great racing from the 2 of them there. As George Russell actually didn't go side by side with Charles Leclerc, but it was very close. So George Russell unable to get the undercut done on Charles Leclerc, but it was close. As Kimi Antonelli will be under attack now from Lando Norris, who has those fresher tyres. As Lando looks like he has got ahead of Kimi Antonelli down into turn 5 there, and will have the DRS open and has easily got that move done. He'll be now looking to get past Carlos Sainz. How hard will Carlos Sainz fight Lando Norris? Of course, he is looking. He said openly that he would like him to win. But as it stands, as you can see from the championship permutations, if Lando Norris was to finish P8 where he is right now, with those ahead of him still yet to make a pit stop, he would lose this championship. As Oscar Piastri, as Lando Norris is looking for a move on Carlos Sainz, and I think he's got the move done, as George Russell is complaining that Charles Leclerc moved under braking, as Lando Norris had to go defensive on Kimi Antonelli down into turn 6, by the way. So good defense there from Lando Norris, and he also gets past Carlos Sainz, and he's back up into P7. He's down a position. He's now on the hard compound tyre and probably looking to go to the end of this race. But he has covered off. He has covered off Lando, importantly, Charles Leclerc and George Russell with that undercut. So he'll have Lance Stroll ahead of him, who is still yet to pit on the hard compound tyre, as Sainz pits now out of P7 and making his pit stop. Esteban Ocon is up there in P3 right now. He is ahead of Yuki Tsunoda. Turn incident. Leclerc is noted for moving under braking from George Russell. That's the first time I think we have seen that message all season, for moving under braking. So we'll see what comes of that. And if he receives a 5-second time penalty, that will make McLaren's life and Lando Norris's life a little bit more easier. So will Lando Norris, with that extra level of grip, get past Lance Stroll? He's already under the rear wing of Lance Stroll, but he has Liam Lawson ahead of him. Liam Lawson is ahead of him, who is an RB driver, of course. He is a Red Bull affiliated driver. This is risky from Lando Norris. Is he going to get 2 in 1 down into turn 6? Or is he going to slot in behind Liam Lawson? I think he's got 2 in 1 there, Lando Norris. A risky move, but he's got it done, and he's up to P5. My goodness, Lando Norris 2 in 1, also on a Red Bull driver, but he's now coming under attack from Liam Lawson, and Liam Lawson has got back ahead of him down into turn 9, and Liam Lawson regains a position on Lando, but they're still side by side through turn 9, and Lando holds on to the position. Oh my goodness, that could have so gone wrong for Lando Norris. He's still under attack from Liam into turn 12, and Liam did his best, of course, to earn and keep that Red Bull contract. And we're just watching the replay now, and Liam Lawson did go around the outside DRS open. He left Lando Norris room though, and Lando held it on comfortably with the extra level of grip, but he did try his best to stall Lando, even if it is for a couple of fractions of a second, as Yuki Tsunoda is now relinquished of Esteban Ocon. Yuki, it is your time, as Esteban Ocon dives into the pit lane. It is Yuki Tsunoda who is now the next on the list for Max Verstappen. We knew it was going to happen at some point, and here it is. Yuki Tsunoda is now 3.5 seconds ahead of Lando Norris. Will he be able to hold up Lando Norris? No one has been able to do so thus far. And well, he'll be fast approaching him. Max Verstappen is 1.8 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri. As it stands, you can see there that Max Verstappen would actually finish, 1 point ahead of Lando Norris. Sorry, he would finish 1 point ahead, so it wouldn't even be count back. As Charles Leclerc now gets past Liam Lawson and is looking for a charge on the back of Lando Norris. So Charles Leclerc actually has some very good race pace here, which nobody has expected. He could still play an impact here, Charles Leclerc, on this race. He is under investigation for moving under braking though. So will that be penalised for racing against George Russell, as George Russell is down in P8 with Liam Lawson and Lance Stroll ahead of him? Max Verstappen would be your championship winner if the championship stays as it is. They are still yet to make a pit stop, Verstappen and Piastri. But Yuki Tsunoda is next on the list for Lando Norris, who is 2.9 seconds behind. Importantly for Max and Oscar Piastri is that they are within that pit stop window of Lando Norris. They could make a pit stop now and still come out ahead of Lando Norris, who has been held up with a few drivers, so they haven't been able to utilise the undercut. But they have thus far covered off George Russell and Charles Leclerc, who, of course, Max Verstappen needs to be involved in this race to ensure that he finishes P4 while Max wins this race. We still have a very long way to go. We're not even halfway through this race yet. 38 laps remaining. Max Verstappen is looking to ensure that he has a decent first stint and maintains first place. Then we will see the games played. Yuki Tsunoda, did he watch Sergio Perez? Did he watch what he did back in 2021 and how influential that possibly was, as Liam Lawson is getting overtaken by Lance Stroll, but actually they're side by side into turn 6, as Kimi Antonelli is also trying to make advantage of this here, as I think there may be contact, as Kimi Antonelli has just lost a couple of positions there to Lance Stroll, George Russell and Liam Lawson, as Liam Lawson, who has a 5-second time penalty, is looking to make an overtake here on Stroll into turn 9. And well, we are seeing changes of position at any time there is an opportunity of an overtake here and cars go side by side. We could see safety cars as Lance Stroll also gets overtaken by George Russell, as Russell also gets past Liam Lawson, as I think Lawson might be dropping through the field here, as Lawson maybe got an issue. Has he got contact? As here we go, Yuki Tsunoda is being closed down upon by Lando Norris. Where is Liam Lawson? Is he diving into the pit lane now? As I think Liam Lawson did lose a couple of positions there. Maybe he just ran a bit wide and he's starting to struggle on these tyres, as Liam Lawson is now down into P10 as he makes his way into the pit lane. But here we go. Max Verstappen, 2.2 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri. Piastri just biding his time on the alternative strategy. Yuki Tsunoda is 1.6 seconds ahead of Lando Norris, and importantly, Leclerc is 1.5 seconds behind. This is the exact scenario that Max Verstappen and Red Bull would have been hoping for when they were planning this out in the debrief yesterday night, because Yuki Tsunoda, on 21 lap old hards, has Lando Norris fast approaching, as well as Charles Leclerc, and his aim will be to put Charles Leclerc in between himself and your not right now, this championship leader of Lando Norris, but Lando Norris to be P5 and Charles Leclerc ahead of him. This will put a massive spanner in the works for Lando Norris and McLaren. It's been a bold call to pit him early, but will it play off for him? Because this is now the scenario that exactly they were planning for. Lando Norris is now within DRS of Yuki, as that has that extra level of grip, and Lando will be hoping to try and dispatch Yuki at the first time of asking, so that he loses as minimal amount of time as possible. Lando is within 7 tenths. You can see the actual level of grip from the interval time. It's closing dramatically just through this sector alone. He's got it to half a second on Yuki Tsunoda as they round the last corner, and Lando will be looking to position himself out of turn 5. How slow can Yuki go? What will Yuki do? It's his last race in Red Bull. It could be his last race ever in F1. As here we go, Lando Norris is going to be gaining on Yuki all the way down, flat out through turns 2 and over the crest of turn 3. Into the braking zone of turn 5. What does Lando Norris decide to do? Does Yuki go slow? As Lando Norris does the fastest first sector out of anyone there through turn 5. How much extra level of grip does Lando Norris have? Will he be able to even hold off Lando here? He's going to have DRS open, Lando. How much boost will Yuki Tsunoda be using? Battery fully deployed. Lando is going to be ahead, but will Yuki go for the almighty of seconds? No, he does not. He's looking to position himself for the exit of turn 7, as we just saw Liam Lawson do as well. He's going to have DRS back at him, but Yuki has a moment out of turn 7, and I'm not sure he's going to be close enough to even have an opportunity of going back at Lando, unless he goes for an almighty send, just like he just avoided to do into turn 6. And no, it seems that Yuki, at the first time of asking, unfortunately, has been unable to hold up Lando Norris into turn 6 and into turn 7, as we have Max Verstappen pitting now, just as Yuki Tsunoda holds up Charles Leclerc, of all people. Yuki is not holding up Lando, but he's holding up Charles, as Yuki was just nowhere near close at any opportunity to make a send on Lando. Lando cleverly caught him at the right moment as Max Verstappen leaves the pit lane and will be P2 as Oscar Piastri inherits the race lead. And now Lando Norris is back up into P3 with 35 laps remaining of this race. He will be your championship winner, with Oscar Piastri finishing P2 and Max finishing P3, as there's been an incident noted for Yuki Tsunoda on Lando Norris. I'm not sure what Yuki did there, to be honest with you. I need to see the replay, but that is definitely an incident involving Yuki on Norris, not the other way around. So maybe Yuki moved under braking there. I'm not entirely sure. As Oscar Piastri is told, okay, you've got the clear air. Let's see how this tyre recovers. So they're working through the grain in Oscar Piastri. They're looking to go long as Charles Leclerc gets past Yuki Tsunoda into turn 6 and is now up into turn 4. As I'm watching the replay of the moment of Yuki Tsunoda and Lando Norris miss what happened exactly in turn 5. Let's see the replay. As, oh my goodness, Yuki Tsunoda fully squeezed Lando. Just watching the replay as Yuki forced Lando off of the racing surface. Oh, so Yuki moving a lot there on the straight and forced Lando off. And well, is Lando going to be investigated for moving off of the racing surface? We will see. Oh. Hang on. Yeah, Yuki's going to be investigated for that. That's too much of an erratic movement for Yuki, so that's why Yuki's being investigated and not Lando Norris. So apologies there, just getting confirmation of what actually happened. But Oscar Piastri now leads with one of the only couple of drivers on track yet to make a pit stop, as he started on the hard compound tyre. He is 18.6 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen. Lando Norris is P3 with Charles Leclerc P4. Lando Norris is 5 seconds back of Max Verstappen and, importantly, 2.4 seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc. Yuki Tsunoda is 2.5 seconds back. He's still yet to make a pit stop, and he tried his best, but he didn't end up holding up Lando Norris, and he actually nearly caused Lando Norris to crash with an erratic movement across the straight there, down from turn 5 to turn 6. So that's why he is currently being investigated. Liam Lawson has a 5-second time penalty and also has a black and white flag for track limits. So it could be a 10-second overall if Liam Lawson receives another track limits violation. Charles Leclerc, 2.5 seconds back from Lando Norris. Yuki Tsunoda still yet to make a pit stop, with George Russell closing in very close. So you can see there, turn 5 incident involving Yuki Tsunoda and Norris forcing another driver off the track is under investigation. That is what has been noted fully there, as Esteban Ocon is going side by side with Alex Albon here, as Ocon moves through. As Norris is also noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. So they're investigating it from both positions. However, I do presume that Lando will be given the benefit of the doubt there because of Yuki weaving so erratically. So we will see what happens from that, but it is being investigated from both perspectives. Leaving the track and gaining an advantage, Lando Norris with Yuki Tsunoda, and Yuki forcing another driver off the track. Who will be more at blame for that? I think it's more so Yuki, but we will see how the stewards arrive to their decision. Lando Norris, a 28.3 last time around. It was a purple lap until Charles Leclerc crossed the line, because Charles Leclerc has some great race pace here and is looking to apply the pressure on Lando Norris, which Lando Norris would hate to see right now. 2.2 seconds is the gap. He gained 2 tenths on him here, but of course, they probably are looking to take this hard compound tyre to the end of the race, so they need to manage it and look after it. But Charles Leclerc is doing no such thing. He wants track position. 2 tenths quick. Another 2 tenths taken out of Lando Norris there, just through turn 6 and 7. That chicane is definitely somewhere where Charles Leclerc has the better of the McLaren of Lando Norris. Max Verstappen on those brand new hards is continuing to eat in the gap of Oscar Piastri and is almost 8 tenths quicker a lap, 6 tenths quicker a lap, as Oscar Piastri is looking to extend this stint on the hard compound tyre. 26 laps completed. Max Verstappen pitted on lap 23. If the championship, as the results were to finish as they are, Lando Norris would be your 2025 world champion, as Liam Lawson has been noted for serving his time penalty at the pit stop there for driving erratically with Ollie Behrman. Something similar, I believe, to what Yuki Tsunoda has just done with Lando Norris, who he's under investigation for. Lots of track limits violations coming through. Not entirely sure who is on a black and white flag. The only one is Liam Lawson, but no one further down the field here is really in the battle for this championship and going to get involved. It seems like Charles Leclerc is the only driver who can do so, with George Russell stuck behind Yuki Tsunoda 1.3 seconds back. So we expected George to get involved here, but it isn't looking like he's going to, as Yuki Tsunoda is still out there looking to go long and maybe hoping for a safety car himself to get a cheap pit stop and maybe still play a role later on in this race. I do still expect, with 32 laps remaining, Max Verstappen will regain the lead at some point in this race, and he will probably hold up the rest of the field. It's his only opportunity. He needs someone like Charles Leclerc, someone like George Russell to get involved and get P3 and take it away from Lando Norris, and also for Max to win this race. If Fernando Alonso gets past Kimi Antonelli there down into turn 6, remember, anytime a driver goes side by side and makes an overtake here, there is the potential of contact being made, and for a potential safety car, even if it's a VSC, that will provide a cheaper pit stop for those, especially for Oscar Piastri, who would gain 6.5 seconds on Max Verstappen and could take the championship lead. That is probably what Piastri is hoping for right now. It's the only way he really, realistically, has an opportunity of winning this world title. He is someone who is still in this. He would finish ahead of Max Verstappen if he was to win this race today, but it wouldn't be enough to win the world title. Of course, 16 points behind as he came into this championship decider. As Lando Norris finally responds to Charles Leclerc's ominous pace recently, as he does a 27.998, as Charles Leclerc did a 28 flat. So only really attempts separating the two drivers there. But Lando Norris ultimately wants to keep Charles Leclerc at arm's reach and away from DRS. It's still Lando's to lose. Indeed it is. And thank you for everyone for tuning in for this race finale. If you are yet to subscribe, please do hit that subscribe button. And of course, hit that like button and get this stream let's keep it going and end this season on a brilliant high. We've been here for every single race weekend, and I did not expect it would come down to the last race of the season. I was hopeful it would. I was hopeful it would at least be between the two McLaren drivers and not be one driving away into the distance. And how wrong I was, because Max Verstappen has an opportunity, thanks to his brilliant driving, but also McLaren's failures, as he said himself, and still has an opportunity of winning his 5th world title and dominating this ground effect era as we head into the new regulations in 2026. As George Russell is looking for a move on Yuki Tsunoda. It's the first time he's been this close in some time. He's looking for the move on Yuki. Can he hold it around the outside? He has fresher tyres than Yuki, but Yuki holds up George. And to be fair, is that something that Red Bull wants? Do they want Yuki to defend? Or do they want him to relinquish the position? Well, it seems like they don't want him to relinquish that position. They want him to stay out there. They want him to benefit from a potential safety car. But he is losing time. Hand over fist and just holding up George Russell, as George Russell now finds himself behind Yuki and 10 seconds behind Charles Leclerc, who is closing the gap on Lando. But in turn, Lando is also closing the gap on Max Verstappen, who is 4.5 seconds ahead. But Max is managing his tyres, no doubt, looking to try and take this to the end of the race, as is Lando Norris, a 28.2 compared to Max Verstappen's 28.371 last time around. Oscar Piastri did a 29.0, and he's being consistently caught by Max Verstappen, but he is on an alternative strategy, and he's on 28 lap-old hards as he started the race on this hard compound tyre. So, as we move our way down the field, let's have a rundown of this grid with 30 laps remaining. It is Oscar Piastri who leads this race, as he has inherited the race lead from Max Verstappen pitting. He overtook Lando Norris at turn 9 in the first lap of this race, as there's a 5-second time penalty for Yuki Tsunoda. More than one change of direction, so Yuki Tsunoda has been deemed at fault for that incident, but we are still yet to get an understanding of whether Lando Norris will be deemed at fault as well for overtaking off of the racetrack. We will see. But if they've given Yuki Tsunoda a 5-second time penalty, then really that deems that he had no other calls for that. So no further action, and swiftly there, no further action, leaving the track and gaining an advantage for Lando Norris because of that 5-second time penalty that Yuki Tsunoda has been given for more than one change of direction. They have deemed that there was not much more that Lando Norris could do. And if you are yet to see the images of that move, It is very aggressive from Yuki, and that could have ended up in a very, very big collision. So good avoidance from Lando in the end, and it would have been very harsh, whether you're a Lando fan or not. It would have been very harsh if anyone in that scenario was given a penalty for gaining that position, as Lando Norris gains a couple of attempts on Charles Leclerc in that first sector there. 17.696 for Lando Norris on Charles Leclerc, 17.8. So that gap is 2.2 seconds now. So he is starting to stretch his legs a little bit on Charles Leclerc, Lando, as Max Verstappen did respond to that lap of Lando last time around and him closing down the gap a little bit with a 28 flat. And well, Oscar Piastri is now nearly a full second slower per lap than Max Verstappen, as he is looking to extend this hard compound stint, as we are getting track limits violations at turn 1, left, right and centre, as these drivers are struggling with the fronts through that first corner. But running through the grid here, after that confirmation of that 5-second time penalty for Yuki Tsunoda, is Oscar Piastri leading from Max Verstappen, still yet to make a pit stop. So Max will inherit the race lead, as Oscar Piastri also finds himself behind Lando Norris when he makes an inevitable pit stop. 21 seconds into pit stop lost time. He would also find himself behind Charles Leclerc right now. So Oscar Piastri not finding himself in a good position. He'd have to get some overtakes done out on track. Charles Leclerc in P4. George Russell is in P5 at full 11 and a half seconds behind Charles Leclerc after getting caught behind Yuki Tsunoda, who has that 5-second time penalty for moving more than once and forcing Lando Norris to overtake off of the racing surface down from turn 5 to turn 6, as we are getting multiple black and white flags for track limits violations. One for Antonelli, one for Lewis Hamilton. One more for them, and they'll receive a 5-second time penalty. Likewise also for Gasly as well. He'll also receive a 5-second time penalty. And for Nico Hülkenberg, 4 in quick succession there for drivers in the midfield. As we run through the field again, Yuki Tsunoda is P6, still yet to make a pit stop with a 5-second time penalty to take. Lance Stroll still yet to make a pit stop as well, as there was no further investigation for moving under braking for Charles Leclerc and George Russell. Didn't see that incident, so I cannot comment too much on it, as Lance Stroll is now within the DRS of Lewis Hamilton, as Lewis Hamilton has one more track limits violation. He started from P16 today, is now up into P8 and potentially going to find himself up in P7 after a very early pit stop after starting on the softs. Fernando Alonso is in P9, he's down 3 places. Bortoletto also down 3 places into P10. Antonelli is up 3 places, but he started on the hard compound tyre. He's actually going to be overtaken here by Nico Hülkenberg down into turn 9, as Verstappen does the fastest lap of the race and does a lap for the first time that is over a full second quicker than Oscar Piastri, as Oscar Piastri did a 28.983, and Charles Leclerc is just starting to fall off of Lando Norris. 3 seconds is the gap now between Norris and Charles Leclerc, as the Ferraris tyres starting to struggle here, or maybe Charles, with still 27 laps remaining, just looking to drop back and look after this hard compound tyre with still a large proportion of this race to go here at Abu Dhabi. Esteban Ocon is in P12, as Yuki has been told now of the 5-second time penalty for moving twice on the defence with Norris, as he asks, penalty? What penalty, bro? As Lewis Hamilton pits, as Yuki Tsunoda is not happy about his penalty. What penalty, bro? From Yuki in his last race for Red Bull. Potentially last race for Red Bull, as he becomes the test and reserve driver for them next year. Lewis Hamilton makes a second pit stop of this race. He's now on the medium compound tyre and will be looking to go to the end now. Will we see another pit stop in his race, or is it going to be a hard compound tyre to the end for those of Max Verstappen, Lando Norris? Oscar Piastri is looking to extend this stint, of course, 31 laps on this hard compound tyre. It is falling off, but it did start, of course, on 100 kilograms of fuel, or near 100 kilograms of fuel, and that puts more energy and more wear into those tyres at the start of the race than they will do at the end. Resuming the grid order at the moment, Kimi Antonelli is P11, still yet to make a pit stop. Hülkenberg is up 6 places into P12. Behrman is 13th. Albon is 14th. Sainz has just moved up to 15th after an overtake on Isaac Hadjar in P16. He's not having a good time of it, Hadjar. Not entirely sure what's happened with his race today, but he's down 7 places and he's made a pit stop as well. So not sure what's happened with Isaac Hadjar's race here in Abu Dhabi. His final race for RB, because he gets promoted to Red Bull in replace of Yuki Tsunoda, who pits now for his first pit stop and will take that 5-second time penalty that he is not too happy about for that erratic movement on Lando Norris. Pierre Gasly is 17th. Colapinto is 18th. Hamilton is 19th after just making another pit stop. He did pit from P8. And Lawson is P20 after taking a 5-second time penalty. as there are a number of drivers taking track limits again, and I think we could see some penalties here. Oscar Piastri gets track limits at turn 1 as well. Lots of drivers are on black and white flags. Another one is Franco Colapinto, so we do have a high proportion of drivers now who are on black and white flags. Kimi Antonelli now makes a pit stop. We are only awaiting Oscar Piastri and Lance Stroll left on the grid to make a pit stop. Other than that, everyone else has made one thus far. So, update on the gap up front. Oscar Piastri leads from Max Verstappen, still yet to make that pit stop, and Max is gaining on Oscar. He's hoping for a safety car, and he is hoping potentially for that medium compound tyre, that soft compound tyre at the end to be very racy so that he can go on the attack. However, for Oscar Piastri, really, I think this is probably a Hail Mary for him, because if he pits now, he will end up behind Charles Leclerc in P5. You do suspect he'll be able to dispatch Charles and even his teammate Lando Norris, but getting Max Verstappen might be a tall order. It will depend on how those medium or soft compound tyres last in the closing stages of this race and how much of a gap he has to make up on them as well, because Max Verstappen is closing in and he's going to catch Oscar maybe before he even decides to pit with 25 laps remaining. So I think Oscar is hoping for that late safety car. It could happen. He needs to win this race to win this championship. As it stands, with Oscar Piastri in P1, of course, we know he's still yet to make a pit stop, but Lando Norris is in those podium positions, spots. He is 4 seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc has looked like the only driver today who could get in the way of Lando Norris's podium position finishing so that he can win this title. We have seen that the title is within Lando Norris's hands today. That's all he needs to do, and he's played it smart thus far. McLaren did make, thus far, a good strategy call by covering off the undercut of George Russell and Charles Leclerc. Thankfully for them, Charles Leclerc also responded to the undercut of George Russell and came in behind Lando and hasn't been able to catch him either. And it was actually George and Charles who went side by side and not Lando. So it was a good pit stop for them with Lando Norris. He knows he doesn't need to win this race. Max Verstappen, there is still no doubt, I imagine, some shenanigans that may be played in the closing stages of this race. We thought it would happen sooner, but it has not happened thus far. As Verstappen has been told that Piastri will be given the medium and will be very quick, as Verstappen, as he's told that, sets the fastest first sector out of anyone today with a 17.6. Lando Norris not too far behind either, as he's 6 seconds behind Verstappen, but he's all about just putting out a comfortable gap on Charles and managing this tyre. Even if Oscar Piastri pits now and comes out behind Charles, he still has to overtake Charles and he still has to overtake his teammate, and Lando doesn't have to fight him too hard and lose unnecessary amount of time, because it's all about just making it to the end of this race and also ensuring that you have enough tyres in there for a pit, enough tyres to either stay out under a safety car, which I don't think is the right decision to do, but at least pit and stay ahead of George Russell. That gap is currently 18 seconds to George Russell, so we'd love a gap to George Russell on the pit stop. But he doesn't have that right now. Maybe that's what they're trying to build on George in case there is a safety car pit stop. George would also pit as well, no doubt. So right now it is looking good for Lando Norris with 24 laps remaining. But we have seen, of course, late safety cars before here at Abu Dhabi and very, very dramatic finales. As Lando Norris is being told about potentially going for a 2, but I'm not sure if that's the right decision. We will see. But thank you, everyone. Over 50,000 viewers right now. Hit the like and subscribe button if you can. Let's see if we could get the stream to 75,000 subscribers. That'd be absolutely amazing, as we have 23 laps remaining of this Abu Dhabi finale. The last race of this regulation set. What will this race still have in store for us? Max Verstappen is closing down that gap on Oscar Piastri, who has stayed out on the hard compound tyre that he started on at the start of this race. He overtook his teammate Lando on lap 1 into turn 9 to get into P2. But Lando finds himself in that all-important P3, that podium finishing position that will secure him his first ever world title. But there is still a long way to go. We don't know if it's going to be a 1-stop. We don't know if it's going to be a 2-stop. Oscar Piastri is hanging out there for a potential safety car, as there is a confirmation of Yuki Tsunoda's 5-second time penalty for more than one change of direction while trying to defend and block Lando Norris. Unfortunately, he fouled pretty miserably, and Lando was able to comfortably get past him. Lando Norris, speak of the devil, he just set the fastest first sector out of anyone, and he did his fastest lap last time around, as Alex Albon has been noted for speeding in the pit lane, as he's dead last at the moment. Alex Albon, after making his second pit stop of the race, after starting on the soft compound tyre. And his season is not ending well in that Williams. A very big change of fortunes compared to Carlos Sainz, who has scored 2 podiums in the second half of this season. And Alex Albon, while it has been overall still a decent season, it could have been so much better. He has been struggling in relation to his teammates. Lando Norris, P3 though, he has a 5.4 second gap over Charles Leclerc. Importantly for him, George Russell is 16 seconds behind Charles Leclerc, and importantly is 21 seconds now behind Lando Norris. So Lando Norris pretty much has a free pit stop nearly over George Russell, which is what the discussion has just been on the radio between the McLaren engineers and Lando Norris. Lance Stroll finds himself in P6, one of only 2 drivers yet to make a pit stop in the form of Oscar Piastri as well. Fernando Alonso is P7. Gabriel Bortoleto is P8. He's looking close to his manager, Fernando Alonso. If you're unaware, Gabriel Bortoleto is part of Fernando Alonso's management team. Esteban Ocon is in P9 with Ollie Behrman in P10. Nico Hulkenberg is up 7 places as Oscar Piastri is asked how this tyre is now. Yeah, the rear is starting to get a bit worse now, Oscar Piastri is told. And that is an understatement, no doubt. With 36 laps completed on this hard compound tyre, Pirelli suggested 38 was the maximum amount of tyre performance of this hard compound tyre. And, well, he is fast approaching that, as Lando Norris did another fastest lap for himself this race and a fastest first sector with a 17.538. That gap to George Russell now is 22 seconds, 23 seconds if my maths is correct. So he is pulling out that gap and that nice pit stop window to George Russell. And Charles Leclerc seems like that he just doesn't have an answer to the pace of the McLaren, and this is where the McLaren is coming into its own, managing these tyres. It's a shame, really, that I say it's a shame. It's not. It's brilliant that we have 3 drivers in with a possibility of winning this world title. But at the end of the day, it would be great even more so if it was kind of winner takes all. But hey ho, I am happy with where we find ourselves. I hope you are enjoying the stream, guys. If you are enjoying this watch along, we'll be back next year as well. So hit that like and subscribe, and let's get this stream to 10,000 likes, shall we? With over 50,000 of you viewers in here. Thank you for everyone tuning in. We have 21 laps remaining of this 2025 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix and this 2025 World Championship. Lando Norris, as it stands, would be your champion, finishing on 423 points, with Piastri still yet to make a pit stop, finishing P1 technically. He would be 417. Lando Norris is well within that pit stop of Oscar Piastri, so Oscar Piastri, when he inevitably pits, will come out behind Lando Norris, and, well, it looks like it's going to be close with Charles Leclerc. He needs another 5 seconds on Charles, but he is lapping, even so, 7 tenths slower than that of Charles Leclerc. So he is going to have to overtake Charles Leclerc out on track, Oscar Piastri and his teammate and Max Verstappen to have an opportunity of winning this world title. As Alex Albon, confirmation error, a 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So Max Verstappen will inevitably jump back up to P2 in the world title standings at the top, just above my head there. He's currently on 4:14. It will be a lot closer than that to Lando Norris, but not close enough when he retakes this lead. Lando Norris, of course, will move up to P2 as well, as we have an overtake there for Esteban Ocon and Gabriel Bortoleto. Anytime drivers go side by side, there is a possibility of something happening as Esteban Ocon retakes a position on Gabriel Bortoleto, and right in turn, Lewis Hamilton gets past Isaac Hadjar into turn 9, and, well, there's a bit of a feisty fight happening there with Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Ollie Behrman. How much so Oscar Piastri would love a safety car now. It will be sod's law if the safety car comes out just after he makes his pit stop, as Max Verstappen is catching Oscar Piastri. 2.8 seconds is the gap, 2.7 seconds is the gap to Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri, and Lando Norris is now within just over 9 seconds back from Oscar Piastri as well, but Oscar is going to be a very quick boy in the closing stages of this race. What does Oscar need to win the World Drivers' Championship? He needs Lando Norris to win this race, and for Lando Norris to finish P6 or lower. And at the moment, that is not going to happen because he cannot have Max Verstappen win the race either. But Oscar Piastri is going to be very quick in the closing stages, and, well, Oscar Piastri just has to do what he can to try and win and hope something happens. We have seen it happen before here. If you remember, the last time we came to Abu Dhabi with a title decider, strange things happened, and it could happen here again. So Max Verstappen is 1.7 seconds to Oscar Piastri. Will Oscar Piastri hold Max Verstappen up as Charles Leclerc makes a second pit stop? So Charles Leclerc is pitting Charles Leclerc is pitting. He cannot make it to the end of this race. And, well, what does that do for Lando Norris? Do they try and go to the end? Do they cover off? Do they cover off the undercut of Charles Leclerc? He was 6 seconds behind when they pitted, over 6 seconds behind. It'd be interesting to see what McLaren do now. They have a comfortable gap. Do they make a pit stop and bring Oscar in first? Do they bring Lando in first? What is this going to be? Is this going to be a one-stop race for Lando Norris? We did see, of course, the tyres do drop off quite significantly, and there is a gap as Lando did a 28.0 last time around compared to Max Verstappen's 27.6. I'm yet to see exactly what will happen. Of course, Charles Leclerc is going to be quick here at the end on the medium compound tyre. You do suspect with the advantage that Norris did gain, they have around 7 seconds to play with to cover off Charles Leclerc. And I think that would probably be the smart decision. We will see what they do because George Russell is 26 seconds behind Lando Norris. So will Lando stay out there? Will he go full push right now? Or will Oscar Piastri pit? We are about to find out as Oscar Piastri rounds the last corner. Is he diving into the pit lane? I'm not sure if he is. No, he's staying out there, Oscar Piastri. So Oscar Piastri is staying out there. He's going to make Max Verstappen overtake him. What does Lando Norris do? Does he come into the pit lane? No. Yes, he does. Lando responds. Clever, smart decision to respond to Charles Leclerc and George Russell. He only needs a P3. He's got the pace. So how is this pit stop for Lando Norris? How is this pit stop? As Max Verstappen is on the attack of Oscar Piastri. As Max is going to get this done before they probably even head down into the braking zone of turn 6. As Lando Norris is making his way out the end of the pit lane as George Russell only rounds the last corner now and finds himself ahead of Charles Leclerc. As Lando Norris exits the pit lane in P3, he's on a brand new set of hards. He'll be able to take this to the end of the race, and this championship decider is now in Lando Norris's control because Max Verstappen has just got past Oscar Piastri, and Oscar Piastri, is he going to have enough to even come back at Max Verstappen on 40 lap old hard compound tyres? I don't suspect he'll be able to. It's been a very, very valiant effort for Oscar Piastri, and Max Verstappen maintains P1 and gets back to within 2 points behind Lando Norris, but it's not going to be enough because he needs Lando to finish outside of the podium positions. George Russell is 26 on 26 old hards. Lando Norris is on the hard compound tyre to the end with 18 laps remaining. Charles Leclerc will be quick, but will he be quick enough to even catch Lando, let alone overtake? We will see. Will we see? Who's going to pit here now? Oscar Piastri pits finally off of the tyre. Max Verstappen is going to go to the end of this race on this set of tyres, no doubt. He currently has a 29-second gap to Lando Norris. He has a free pit stop window if he just wishes to take it. But will he? We will see as Max Verstappen stays out there. And he could be, I mean, surely you've got to see some games being played now for Max Verstappen on Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. Surely this is the only way he's going to win this title, unless they just completely decide against it. But Max Verstappen does have an opportunity to make another pit stop as Oscar Piastri does rejoin ahead of Lando Norris on the medium compound tyre as he did make an early pit stop. As he stayed out there. So Lando Norris made a second pit stop is on the hard compound tyre to the end. So Oscar Piastri, is he going to go on the attack and catch Max Verstappen? He has 24 seconds to do it with 17 laps remaining. It's a very tall order to do so. He has Max Verstappen and Red Bull can pit if they want to right now, and he'll be on a fresh set of tyres. He'll have that 22 seconds average pit stop lost time with 24 seconds. It's now or never for Max Verstappen if they want to bring Max into the pits and start the game playing with 17 laps remaining, because George Russell and Charles Leclerc, as Charles Leclerc is going for a move on George Russell, and Leclerc does get the move done. And I'd be very surprised if we see Max Verstappen not pit here now, get out ahead of Oscar Piastri and try and back up the field. What will Max do? He has another brand new set of mediums available to him, and he stays out. He stays out. Max Verstappen stays out. So they're not game playing right now, as soon Max could potentially lose this opportunity for backing up the field, because if Oscar Piastri catches on a set of mediums and Max Verstappen tries to play that tactic, he will not have the level of grip on a considerably used set of hards. Now Charles Leclerc has got past George Russell. Let's see whether he will be able to catch Lando Norris. We'll keep a keen eye on those interval times between Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc in those lap times, as Lewis Hamilton splits the two take F1 cars with the fastest middle sector of anyone on a 10-lap old set of mediums and gets up into P11 after starting from P16. He's now one position back from from finishing in the points. Max Verstappen, a 28.2 for him last time around, and Oscar Piastri is out of the pit lane. He's on 24-second lap, so 24-second interval, to Max Verstappen. Lando Norris is 29 seconds back from Max Verstappen, but he only needs that P3. He is 4.9 seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc. That is the keen gap, as Charles Leclerc did the fastest lap of the race last time around with a 27.269 Charles Leclerc, but he has 5 seconds to gain on Lando Norris with 16 laps remaining. This championship pretty much lays within Charles Leclerc's lap. Charles Leclerc is going to decide this 2025 championship right now with 16 laps remaining, because he's on a brand new set of mediums. He's on 6-lap-old mediums. Lando is on brand new hards. But we know it's difficult to overtake. It's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake. We've seen it so often this season, as Lewis Hamilton now dispatches Gabriel Bortoleto, and he's up into P9. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but I think Sainz made an error, and Hamilton moved up into P9. He's gained a couple of quick positions there. But we'll keep a keen eye on that lap time with Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris as Lando Norris crosses the line and does a 27.8. What is Charles Leclerc's time as he crosses the line? The gap is 4.4 and it's a 26.9. It's almost a second quicker than Lando Norris, but he is on the mediums. How long will those mediums last at this pace? And can he keep it up and overtake Lando Norris? That is a significant advantage that he's just gained there. However, Lando responds with a fastest middle sector out of anyone today with a 14.6, a purple for him. Max Verstappen just has to win this race. He's on the hard compound tyre. He still has a pit stop window to Oscar Piastri, but it doesn't look like he's going to back up the field. He's probably looking at Charles Leclerc. If there was team radio between drivers, he would be egging Charles on right now. Charles would like to... Hang on, he's going to be needs 1.5 seconds quicker than you every lap. I'll keep you posted. That's what that's what they've just told Oscar Piastri to do. Of course, there is the potential of still team orders in play, because Oscar Piastri is not going to win this championship as it stands. It would require Oscar to win this race and for Lando to finish P6, and that's a considerable gap. There's almost 30-second gap between Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso in P6, so that is not going to happen with 14 laps remaining. But if Oscar Piastri can win this race, anything is possible. Will he even need to give up to team orders and apply to them? As Oscar Piastri does a 26.7, that's 1.1 seconds quicker than Max Verstappen, as Lando Norris does a 26.8 and responds to Charles Leclerc's lap last time around, as Leclerc does a 26.8 as well. So that is not quick enough to catch Lando Norris, as it's equal to each other. And Lando Norris is on fresher tyres by 4 laps as well, and they're longer lasting. So we'll still keep an eye on that gap, as Lando Norris does the fastest first sector out of anyone. He's P3. He's going to win this title as it stands. 423 points to 421. Will Verstappen pit? Will he pit? That is more so the question on my mind right now, more than it is Charles Leclerc catching. What's the picture in front? How do I win this race is what Oscar Piastri is told. So Verstappen is on your pit stop window. He is doing 27.9. So if Oscar Piastri gets within that 21-second range, which he is so nearly close to do, he will end up ahead of Max Verstappen if they decide to pit, and it will force Max Verstappen to stay out. But will Max Verstappen stay out? It's now or never for Max. Do they pit now? Do they go onto that medium? No. He does have another set of mediums to use though, Max Verstappen, but it looks like they're not going to utilise them with 13 laps remaining. It's very tight now. There's only really going to be one more lap for Max Verstappen to be able to make a pit stop, and I just don't think it's going to happen. So, Oscar Piastri, 22.2 seconds behind, as Max does the fastest first sector out of anyone. Oscar Piastri is P2. He's not going to win this championship. He needs to win, and he needs Lando Norris, his teammate, to finish P6. That's not going to happen. Lando in P3. He needs this P3 to win the title by 2 points. Charles Leclerc is the only driver now who could really stop him, who is on a set of medium compound tyres, the quicker tyre than the hard, but not as long lasting. He did a purple lap out of anyone last time around, a 26.725. Charles Leclerc, 4.3 seconds back from Lando. And we know it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake, as Lando does the fastest first sector out of anyone in response to Charles Leclerc. Of course, every single braking point, every single press of the throttle matters here in the closing stages of this race. It's the most important 13 laps now of Lando Norris's career. But of course, team orders could still come into play, and Oscar Piastri could be utilised to make Lando Norris's life easier. But will it come? Will it happen? We have not seen team orders pretty much, other than Monza, of course. We have seen very few occasions where team orders have come into play this year. And they've refused to acknowledge that team orders would come into effect in the last race of the season in the title decider. But they have gone back on that. But will Oscar Piastri, if asked, will he do it? Not entirely sure. That is the question for us. Over 60,000 viewers watching, 64,000. Thank you very much. Hit the like and subscribe button if you're new to this channel. Plenty of F1 content coming your way. And of course, every single race weekend next year for 2026. A brand new set of regulations will be here for every single race weekend for a watch along if you've enjoyed it. We are in the closing stages, 12 laps remaining of this 58-lap race at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, the finale of 2025. Max Verstappen leads 21 seconds over Oscar Piastri. He is now right in that pit stop window, and Max looks like he is going to stay out there. He is not going to pit for that other set of medium compound tyres and play any games. He needs to win. He's gone for the win today, and he's kind of hoped that his teammate could play a role. We all thought he'd hold up a la Lewis Hamilton 2016 on Nico Rosberg and hold up Piastri, Norris and bring others into play. But it looks like he's not going to do that today with 12 laps remaining because Oscar Piastri has much quicker and fresher tyres, and Max would be at risk of losing P1 if he was to do that now and considerably back off. Oscar Piastri is in P2, 20.9 seconds behind Max Verstappen. He gained P2 on his teammate on the first lap by overtaking at turn 9. Lando Norris, a fastest first sector for him. He is 4.8 seconds back of Oscar Piastri and did a 27.0 last time around compared to Oscar Piastri's 26.9. So Oscar Piastri had a bit of a slow lap last time around compared to Lando Norris, who is actually catching Oscar Piastri, it seemed, last time around on that lap, only by a fraction of... Oh, no, did he catch him last time around? He's catching him now. I'll tell you what, Oscar Piastri's had a very slow middle sector. He's just done a 37.7, Oscar Piastri. Charles Leclerc does a 37.6. So Leclerc catches on Norris, but Norris is catching Oscar Piastri. And I wonder, it's not team orders now, surely, for Oscar Piastri on Lando Norris. But that is a bit of a dramatic drop in that middle sector for Oscar Piastri. We'll see where that gap is when they cross the line. Thank you, James, for becoming a member of the pit crew for 24 months, 2 years now. How time flies. As Oscar Piastri did a 26.994, Lando Norris does a 26.867. So we're already starting to see Oscar Piastri already struggle a little bit on these medium compound tyres? Is he full push, or is he just trying to maybe hold up a little bit for Lando Norris? As Charles Leclerc is 4 seconds back from Lando, he loses a bit of time in the middle, in the first sector on Lando. George Russell is in P5. He's not playing a factor in this race today. Who would have thought Charles Leclerc, of all people, would be the driver that could potentially take the Drivers' Championship away from Lando Norris? We all thought George Russell would be that driver, but Ferrari, in Charles Leclerc's hands, he's doing a wonderful job. The other Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton, update. He is up 8 positions into P8. A good strategy. Yes, you heard that correctly. A good strategy from Ferrari today has allowed Lewis Hamilton to get up to P8. He's made some good overtakes out on track as well. Of course, he'd be like to fight further up here in this race, but at least he'll be ending on a much more positive note his first season at Ferrari than on that dire note of going out in Q1 yesterday. Still not a good note, of course, for Lewis Hamilton, but at least the race finish will help him put a bit more of a smile on his face heading into the winter break. So, back to the front of this grid. Max Verstappen, with 11 laps remaining, is 19.8 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri. Max will win this race. There is no way that Oscar Piastri is going to catch Max Verstappen now. And Norris is 4.5 seconds back of Oscar Piastri and is maintaining that 4-second gap over Charles Leclerc. George Russell is P5, Fernando Alonso is P6, Ocon is P7 with Lewis Hamilton closing down fast. Ollie Behrman is P9 with Gabriel Bortoletto in P10. Carlos Sainz is P11 with Yuki in P12. Antonelli is 13th, Hadjar is 14th, a poor race for Hadjar. He's down 5 places, the most out of anyone today other than both RBs down 5 places actually, as Lawson is down in 18th place. Stroll is 15th, Albon is 16th, Hulkenberg is 17th, Lawson 18th we just touched upon, and the 2 Alpines are dead last, looking to maximise that wind tunnel time that they are going to get in 2026 when they move to Mercedes power units and gearboxes. So Piastri pumps in a fastest first sector out of anyone today with a purple middle sector of 17.2. That's 2 tenths over Verstappen, but still 19 seconds behind. Lando Norris 4.6 seconds back from Oscar Piastri and 2 tenths quicker than Leclerc last time out in that first sector. 17.5 seconds to 17.3. That gap is 4.2. And Lando did his personal best lap last time out with a 26.8, as Leclerc did a 26.8 as well on the medium compound tyre. Still, many things can happen with 9 laps remaining when Max Verstappen crosses the finish line. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, by the way. Over 65,000 viewers right now. Hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. Let's get the stream to 75,000 subs. That'd be absolutely amazing. So, Oscar Piastri, what will he do when he crosses the line? Max Verstappen does a 27.7 on 26 lap old hards now. Oscar Piastri is gaining, but we know that catching is one thing, overtaking is another. And I still think Oscar Piastri will cede his position to Lando Norris if required in the closing laps of this race. Lando looks like he's not going to need it, but he is not going to win this championship. Oscar Piastri, I wonder if that call is going to come his way just to ensure that nothing happens to Lando Norris, as Piastri did a 27.1 last time out. That's 6 tenths quicker than Max Verstappen. Norris is now quicker than Oscar Piastri, 2 tenths quicker than Oscar Piastri. Charles Leclerc, 4.1 seconds, a 26.9. Norris and Leclerc are lapping exactly the same pace right now. 13 lap old mediums, Charles Leclerc, Norris on hards. How much longer will those medium compound tyres last in Charles Leclerc's hands? It does look like they're faring much better in this second stint than they did in the first, with a lot more fuel on board. Lando Norris, 4.3 seconds. He gains a bit more time on Charles in that traction zone of turn 5. So are the rears of that Ferrari on those mediums starting to suffer a little bit? You can see Lando 4.3 seconds back from Oscar Piastri as they make their way through turn 6 and 7. This is a set of corners where Lando has been very cautious throughout this race and been sure not to take too much out of his tyres, as he does gain a little bit more time on his teammate there in that turn 6 and 7. But Charles Leclerc in turn gains on Norris, but still the gaps are maintaining. Lewis Hamilton within the DRS now with Esteban Ocon. We'll jump back a little bit further to Esteban Ocon. The battle for P7. Fernando Alonso, who has been holding up the rest of the field, is the best of the rest. Where he qualified, Fernando Alonso looking to end this season on a high by finishing P6 just outside of the top 5 scoring positions. The best that this Aston Martin can do here this weekend. He's doing a tremendous job. Esteban Ocon and Fernando Alonso, no love lost between them. Lewis Hamilton did lose a bit of traction out of turn 5 there. He has the DRS open, but Esteban Ocon in turn also has the DRS and slipstream on Fernando Alonso with that punchy Aston Martin punching such a big hole of slipstream behind him, such a big hole in the air. As we have Alex Albon lose a position to Nico Hülkenberg there down into turn 6. Anytime drivers go side by side, there is a possibility of course, a safety car, as Esteban Ocon's very close to Fernando Alonso there, but not close enough as Ollie Behrman is sitting in P9. Bortoleto is falling back off of Behrman. It looks like Carlos Sainz is closing in the gap on Gabriel Bortoleto. He was 3 tenths quicker this time around. Lando is told he's doing a fantastic job here, mate. Everything is looking good. There is racing laps, including this one. What are your thoughts on softs or staying out on this tyre? I think the soft would be better. It's just if the safety car gets delayed or something, that becomes an issue. Why are you discussing the soft compound tyre here at the end of the race? Do not deal with that scenario when it happens. Finish this race as it currently stands. I'm not sure why they're talking about the soft compound tyre right now with Lando Norris. Just leave him be. Just tell him he's doing a good job and just keep going. We have 7 laps remaining as Max Verstappen crosses the line for the 52nd time out of this 58-second lap race. Oscar Piastri, 17.4 seconds behind Max Verstappen. He's not going to win this championship as Max Verstappen gets another track limits violation at turn 1. Lots of track limits violations here today at this Abu Dhabi circuit, and multiple drivers driving on a black and white flag right now. And if they get one more, they'll be receiving a 5-second time penalty. But none of our championship contenders, as Lando Norris is 4.2 seconds in turn in P3 behind Oscar Piastri. Charles Leclerc, 4.5 seconds. So now, there we go. Lando Norris, 27.277 compared to Charles Leclerc's 27.376. Let's see what that first sector time is for Charles Leclerc compared to Lando Norris. It's a 17.588. He's just gained 4 tenths on Charles in that first sector alone. And is this the crossover, what we're seeing now, of that medium compound tyre of Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris's fresher, hard compound tyres? Because that's a purple first sector for Lando, and that's put that gap out to nearly 5 seconds on Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris. As it stands, Lando Norris would be your champion, 423 points to Max Verstappen's 421. Oscar Piastri will be finishing on 410. He is 3.8 seconds behind Oscar Piastri. Charles Leclerc is 4.8 seconds behind. He gains always through turn 6 and 7, but the rest of the track he's starting to bleed time to those 2 McLarens ahead of him. Max Verstappen is going to win this race. Oscar Piastri is going to run out of laps to catch Max Verstappen. And I think his only bet today was the correct one, to start on the hard compound tyre and hope for there was a safety car while he stayed out there long and he got a cheap pit stop. But it's a shame for Oscar Piastri, of course, because this championship has been a good year for him. Only his third season in F1, but with a very poor run of form in the second half of the season. He allowed his teammate to overtake him and even Max Verstappen. But in the last couple of races, it has not been either McLaren's fault. It has been McLaren who have been at fault for allowing Max Verstappen back into this title fight and making it so much harder for them. As Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton are going side by side, as Esteban Ocon gets back past Lewis Hamilton, they're down into turn 9. That's the beauty of double DRS here in Abu Dhabi, as Lewis Hamilton at least has now separated Esteban Ocon from the DRS and the slipstream of Fernando Alonso and should be able to secure that 7th place at the next time of asking when they make their way round turn 5 down into turn 6. So we have 6 laps remaining here. When Max Verstappen crosses this line, we'll have 5 laps remaining of this 2025 season. If you have enjoyed this season, if you've enjoyed this live stream, hit that like and subscribe button. Turn those notifications on, and we'll be back, of course, for our post-season awards and obviously in the lead-up for 2026, which could be the best season yet with a brand new set of regulations. But we have 5 laps remaining of this season. Lap 54 of 58. Verstappen leads 15.5 seconds from Oscar Piastri. Lando Norris is catching Oscar Piastri now on that fresh set of hards, and he is 6.6 seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc. It is championship on now for Lando Norris. 5 laps remaining for the British McLaren driver. He started this season off well in Australia. Then it went so wrong for him, relinquishing that 20-plus point lead over his teammate. It looked like it was all over and done with after Zandvoort. And well, how he's clawed his way back. And if it wasn't for McLaren, with the disqualification in Vegas and the poor strategy in Qatar, this championship should already be wrapped up. But here we are, thankfully, as us viewers. We had this championship decider. It's been interesting. Not as interesting as I thought it would be, as I thought Max Verstappen would cause more shenanigans and have play more games. But he knew he had to win this race today. He is on course to win this race with 4.5 laps remaining. That gap to Lando and Oscar now is 2.7 seconds as Piastri is starting to lose time on those mediums. Is it intentional that he's losing time on his mediums, or is he just starting to back off a bit and let Lando catch and secure this P2 and this championship? I don't know. I'm not sure. But he's been on those mediums for as long as Lando Norris has. 1 lap fresher only are those medium compound tyres, and just as we have seen from Charles Leclerc, those mediums are now falling off as Charles Leclerc is nearly 8 seconds behind Lando Norris now with 4 laps remaining. And Lando Norris on those fresh set of hards. We wondered if those fresh set of hards, those 2 fresh hards that they had available to them, would be utilised today, and they have been. And I have to give credit where it's due. McLaren have done very well on the strategy side of things. They may have ballsed up in Qatar last week, but they have definitely not ballsed up here, because Lando Norris has made pit stops at exactly the right time with good pit stop times as well. And he finds himself in P3, closing down his teammate with 4 laps remaining here. 2.4 seconds to Oscar Piastri. 14.7 seconds is the gap to Piastri and Max Verstappen. It looks like our top 3 are going to stand on the top step together in the final race of this season. But who, in which order will it be? Lando Norris closing down that gap now on Lando. As he is told, as he's asked, is he struggling with graining? As Oscar is told, it's more the rear tyres. As he is reported that Oscar has got more rear tyre graining than that of his teammates, as he is on the medium compound tyre, as we have seen today. Over 70,000 viewers right now. Big thank you, everyone. Hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. We're just past 75,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. Unbelievable scenes to the end of this season for me personally. But we still have 3 laps remaining as Max crosses the line for the 56th time. Let's have a rundown of this grid in the closing stages of this race. Max Verstappen leads 14.2 seconds from Piastri. Norris leads from Charles Leclerc in P3 by 8.7 seconds. We knew a podium would be enough for him to secure this World Championship today, and he is on course to do so. Charles Leclerc is in P4. What a great drive it has been from Charles Leclerc in this Ferrari. I did not suspect that Ferrari would have this race pace here today, and he has going to end this season on a high in that SF25. George Russell is in P5. He's on 40 lap old hards, and he is 22 seconds behind behind Charles Leclerc. Fernando Alonso is in P6, rounding off a good season in the Aston Martin. Who knows? They may be contenders next year with that Honda engine and Adrian Newey at the helm. Esteban Ocon is in P7 with Lewis Hamilton still trying to get past the Haas driver on aging medium compounds. He is up 8 positions from where he started. A good strategy call from Ferrari today with Lewis Hamilton for him to gain so many positions. Ollie Behrman is P9 with Lance Stroll in P10. Gabriel Bortoleto is down 4 places into P11, but is close to Lance Stroll ahead of him, who is being investigated for an incident with Carlos Sainz. So Bortoleto may finish in the points in the closing stages of this race, as Albon has got a black and white flag for track limits. We have Carlos Sainz in P12, chasing down Gabriel Bortoleto. Hulkenberg in P13. Tsunoda in P14. He tried valiantly to stop Lando Norris, but he went across the line. He forced Lando across the line, literally, and got a 5-second time penalty for his troubles. Kimi Antonelli is in P15. Albon in 16th. Hadjar 17th. Lawson 18th. Gasly 19th. And Colapinto 20th. And, well, we have we're on the penultimate lap of this race, of this 2025 season. Lando Norris has just 1.5 laps remaining here in this championship. Can he do it? Will there be one final spanner in the works here for Lando Norris? 3 seconds is the gap to Oscar Piastri. Importantly, it's 7.6 seconds is the gap to Charles Leclerc. Max Verstappen catching Isaac Hadjar there. The blue flag is waved for Isaac Hadjar. He'll quickly move out of the way, of course, for his teammate for next year, with Hadjar moving up to the Red Bull team, and Max Verstappen still staying at Red Bull. Who knows where he'll be after 2026. It looks like that he will not end up with a 5th world title, as we are now on the last lap, the final lap of this race. Max Verstappen, lap 58 of 58. Lando Norris has a couple more corners till he is on that final lap, as Oscar Piastri rounds the last corner now. As Lando Norris comes round the last corner and he's on the final lap of this race. He has 16 corners to contend with to reach and achieve a childhood dream of his first ever world title. He has just 11 more corners now. It has been a race that we thought we'd have more shenanigans. I expected more from Red Bull, to be honest with you, and Max Verstappen. I expected there would be a la 2016 vibes with backing up the field. But no, Max focused on what he does best, what he knows to do best, and that is win F1 races. He is going to end up with more race wins this year than both McLaren drivers, then our championship driver here today. And Max Verstappen will have to relinquish that number 1 number next year. Maybe he wants to do it. We don't know. But he has only a couple more corners of this championship left for Max Verstappen of this ground effect era. Max Verstappen is around in the last couple of corners now. Lando Norris only has 6 more corners to contend with. And he will be our world champion of 2025. At the checkered flag, Max Verstappen wins. But Lando Norris, he was told last year by Max Verstappen it was going to be his time. Your time will come, and his time is now, as Lando Norris is your 2025 champion of the world. Lando Norris wins the 2025 Drivers' World Championship. Valiant effort from Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri, but Lando Norris in that McLaren wins 2025. What a season! What a season! George Russell across the line in P5. Tears in the McLaren garage as they're all hugging and kissing, and they got love bites and everything in the McLaren garage. As Stroll has been noted there at the end with more than one change of direction. But Lando Norris, 423 points to Max Verstappen's 421. Oscar Piastri on 410. And Max Verstappen, he did what he does best, which is win motor races, win F1 races. And Lando Norris wins the World Championship by finishing P3. Max Verstappen, arguably driver of the year. But Some moments he'll look back on where he could have done better. How important was Spain in Barcelona? That collision with George Russell. Of course, that collision with Kimi Antonelli that he was not at fault for took him out of the race. But in turn, Lando Norris also had his moments. Canada colliding with Oscar Piastri. The DNF in Zandvoort. The disqualification in Vegas. And, well, he's got it across the line. I'm yet to hear if he's in tears or not. But his family most undoubtedly are. Tears everywhere. I imagine there's a few of you here who are Lando fans who are in tears as well. But Lando Norris is the 2025 F1 World Champion. Thank you, everyone. What a stream. What a stream. What a season. Bring on 2026, eh? Bring on 2026. We still got to do it. Driver of the day. Who is driver of the day? Lando's got tears and laughter. Tears and laughter. 5-second time penalty. Stroll doing what he does best. 5-second time penalty for him in the closing stages of the race. Unbelievable. What a season. What a season. Who is your driver of the day? Norris is crying. Norris is crying. Tears of joy. Shall we say... I suppose Hamilton gained a lot of positions there. I think the... who should we say? Hulkenberg? There we go. Woo. And Max Verstappen ends up with more race wins this year. 8 race wins to 7. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. When was the last time that happened? The driver had more race wins at the end of the season and didn't win the world title. That's a stat that I'm going to have. 50 gifted, 5 gifted. You are crazy. You are crazy, guys. You are absolutely crazy. Thank you very much. Oh, what a season. What a season. And they didn't even need to implement team orders. Hey? They didn't even need to implement team orders. Let's have a look at the confirmation there of this driver's title, eh? Hang on. Here we go. Confirmation there that Lando Norris is your world champion. Let's have a rundown of the overall grid, shall we? Overall finishing positions. Thank you, Lily. 23.99. Thank you. Where is the alert box up there? So Lando Norris wins the world title with 423 points to Lando Norris's 421. Oscar Piastri 410. George Russell 319 finishes P4. Charles Leclerc finishes P5. Kimi Antonelli unable to finish ahead of Lewis Hamilton, as Hamilton did finish in the points. P8 for Lewis, and he finishes 6th in the championship. Never finished outside the top 6, Lewis Hamilton, in his F1 career in the drivers' standings. Images of fireworks in the background for Lando Norris there as he stands on top of his car. Wow, Lando Norris, championship winner. Fernando Alonso moves up 2 places into P10. What a result there for Fernando Alonso. Esteban Ocon moved up into P15. Colapinto, the only driver to not score a point this season. The only car, shall we say, with Jack Doohan in the first 6 races and Colapinto. That's not too good for them. Of course, Gasly was able to score some points. You can see there. Mercedes, confirmation that they finished 2nd in the Constructors' Championship. Red Bull Racing finished 3rd. And Ferrari finished 4th there. Ferrari wanting that extra wind tunnel time for 2026. Williams secured 5th last time around. Racing Bulls, lucky there, Racing Bulls, really. As they both finished outside of the points. Terrible race of the Racing Bulls. And they finished P6. Aston Martin, 8 points for them. Took it close to Racing Bulls, but they finished 7th. Haas finished 8th. Kick Sauber finished 9th. And Alpine finished dead last with only Gasly's points to account for. And there we go. That is the race, guys. That is the end of the race. Wow. By the way, can I just say, we hit 73,000 viewers today. What? This stream has 600,000 views. Unbelievable. Where's the rum? I need a rum to celebrate. Where's the rum? What's the point of all the drama and no competitive final laps? Lando wins champ and no celebration. What kind of attitude is that? What do you mean? Is that, I can't tell if that's a negative or not a negative, to be honest with you. I can't tell if that's a negative or not. Oh, what a year. What a year. I hope you've enjoyed it. I undoubtedly have. Look, this is not the end of the season for me. I'm going to be doing probably next weekend or the weekend after. I'll very close in the next couple of weekends. I will be doing a post-season review, post-season awards. I'm going to get you guys involved. I'm going to get you guys involved with this post-season awards because I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be fun. I wanted to do it mid-season, but I didn't get round to it. But yeah, George Russell gives Lando Norris a hug. He didn't need anyone's help in the end, and I have to give credit where it's due. McLaren, boy oh boy, what a strategy call from them. Ending the poll for driver of the day: Max Verstappen 68%, Norris 20%, Hamilton 10%, Hulkenberg 2%. It's a tricky one, that. It's a tricky one. Did I put Leclerc? I didn't put Leclerc, did I? I think Leclerc did really good. Really good. I'm going to give it to Lando. The amount of pressure, it could have been so easy to make bad decisions there. It's a tough one to call. Oh, Ollie Behrman has received a 5-second time penalty in the closing stages here, by the way, guys, for more than one change of direction. Lots of penalties. Lots of penalties. So, 5 gifted taco. Thank you. Thank you. Norris fans losing sleep because Max was looking to win. They still didn't realise Norris was just lucky. No, he wasn't lucky. He wasn't lucky. I mean, I think if anything, you have to say Max has been lucky with the McLaren failures. And that's not to take anything away from Max Verstappen. I think he's had a great season. He's kept this going. He has proven this year in sport that you just need to stay in it. Keep the pressure on. Always be a thorn in the other team's side. And anything can happen. Just stay in the competition. And arguably Lando's done the same as well when it came to points, where he should have scored more points. But he stayed. He kept chipping away at Piastri's lead. And obviously the pressure built on Piastri. But Max said it himself. He's only here in this position because he obviously has been brought back into this due to McLaren's failures. Yes, the drivers could have done more throughout the season, of course, but as I touched on before, Lando's had 3 DNFs this year. Only one of them is due to himself, which is to Canada. He had Vegas and he had Zandvoort. So, but yeah, look, that's sport. That's the nature of a 24-race season. You're going to look, same as football, you're going to look at points throughout the whole season, throughout the whole year, where if things went differently, they would have won. So, but I've just avoided wearing a Max Verstappen Red Bull cap for the start of next season. I did make a bet. Rob, I know I see you there. I did make a bet at the start of the season. If Max Verstappen wins this race, I will wear a Red Bull Max Verstappen cap next season for the start of the next season. And I've avoided that now. Great season, great commentary. Thank you, Tim. Much appreciated. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. What a stream. What an unbelievable stream. I hope everything was A-OK. I know we had some lags with the track map, but for the most part, everything was in sync. I was keeping an eye out on the interval, on the timing data. I was keeping an eye out on, obviously, the track map to make sure that even when those things happen. But Yuki. Let's talk Yuki. What happened? What happened, eh? Let's bring this back over. Hang on. Where's the championship thing? Here it is. I want to bring this back over. What happened to Yuki? Why? That defense was shocking. Not gonna lie to you. It was shocking. Yeah, wasn't great, to be honest with you. He was lucky he didn't cause Lando to crash. Good avoidance by Lando. And he definitely is not Perez would have been sitting there, Ministry of Defence at home, going, Yuki, that's not how it's done, buddy. That's not how it's done. So, thank you, Ango, by the way. You don't have to keep donating. My point is, when Max won his first, he was so happy. But when Lando won, no excitement, and Leclerc ruined it for Max in Mexican GP if Max overtook him then. Oh, what you mean? What, excitement from what? Just fans in general? Or who are you saying excitement for? Sorry. Goodbye, DRS Yuki, welcome. Look, the thing is, I feel like there was a lot of... Just to comment on, obviously, people not being happy Lando wins. That's fine. You know what? You are well within your rights to feel that... To not feel happy that Lando Norris has won the World Championship. Just as you are for any person, any driver, any sportsman, any sports team that isn't the person that you're supporting. However, you have to acknowledge that, look, they're there for a reason. Their car was good. McLaren, you have to also acknowledge as well that McLaren stopped developing their car halfway through the season. So they allowed, yes, it's the decision that they made, but they allowed Red Bull to get back into this championship. They could have continued to develop this car, really, and made this quite an easy championship for themselves, but they decided not to. And I think you have to give testament to Lando for the way that he's been able to recover this year. It was like a flip was switched in his brain mentally after the summer break, and he was able to deal with the pressure a lot more. And Lando Evolved would have folded in this situation. I also think as well, you have to remind yourself back in 2021 that a lot of people weren't happy Max Verstappen won that race, obviously with the circumstances that it ended in, but also just in general, people think that, yes, it was all happy, everyone wanted Max to win. It really wasn't. It really wasn't. There was a lot of people that weren't happy, and they were obviously totally within their right as well. So you have to remember that you have to, look, these are drivers who go out there, they put on a performance for us every weekend, and like, credit to Max, of course, for what he did this year, staying in it. But credit to Piastri and credit to Norris as well. Everyone forgot how bad McLaren let Lando down at the Dutch GP. Oh, exactly, yeah. And I mean, look, there's been moments throughout this year where they will all look back on. Piastri will undoubtedly look back at just Baku, I think, in general. Like, yes, people will look at Monza, and he said himself Monza was a turning point for him. But Baku's really the moment, isn't it? Baku is the moment where it all turned for Oscar Piastri. And he went on that terrible run where he didn't finish on the podium for 7 odd races. And if he had just got his act together there and fared much better, I mean, he would have been a lot closer to his teammate, and he would have been had a lot more of an opportunity to win the world title this year. So, rate the season out of 10. Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Rate the season out of 10. I just want to say thank you, by the way, guys, everyone who's subscribed. How are we on 70? We're on 74,000 subscribers. Oof. Did we get to 75,000 at all? Or did loads of people unsubscribe? I don't know. I think loads of people unsubscribed when Lando won. I'm pretty sure they did. Oh, dear. Right, rate the season out of 10. 1 to 4. I can imagine there'll be a lot of 1 out of 10 ratings because your driver didn't win the championship. That's fair enough. That's how you feel it. 5 to 6. 7 to 8. 9 to 10. Oh, they're waiting. Oh, you got the waiting room now. They're waiting for Lando. See what they've got to say. The music sounds like it's off Stranger Things. I know. Should we give it a bit more of a upbeat music background? Is it that one or is it? No, I think it's this one. There we go. Competition this season was crazy after Lando Norris was P9 today. I thought it's a win for the Max. Yeah. That's not a cooldown room. That's a cooldown suite. You are right. It is more like a suite they're in. There he is. Are they saying congratulations to him or not? About to find out. They're just chilling with him at the moment. Oh, they are chilling with him. They're laughing with him. So how is it going? Looking forward to Peter Windsor's analysis. I don't really know what analysis you could ask. Stefano Domenicali is coming. There's just loads of people outside with cameras. Oh, Max asked, how does it feel? How does it feel? There we go. British bias? There's no British bias. Was never at 75k. You said it was, but only nearing 74. Oh, okay. I missed it then. So okay. So we've only gone up. We've only gone up. Thank you, by the way, Round. Yeah, thank you guys. If you've enjoyed this stream, the streams this year, if you've enjoyed the commentary, obviously I'm always looking to improve. I think I have improved this year. I think these streams have got bigger and better each year. Each race weekends, just the little touches that I've added this year as well, like the fireworks at the end, and your supports. Seeing this community grow this season has been absolutely tremendous. Well done, everyone. Well done. I hope you've enjoyed tuning in this year. Whether it's just the first race, if this is the first race that you've discovered me this year, I hope you'll return for many more in the future. I plan on doing this for a very long time. And yeah, I'm happy with my performance there today. I'm not going to give myself a pat on the back because I was nervous about this. I've never commentated on a race finale before, on a championship decider before since I've been doing this. And I think that went rather well. From a string perspective, you may think if you're a Max Verstappen fan, that's fine, or an Oscar Piastri fan, that's absolutely fine. However, from the string perspective, I think it was great, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. So, lots of you seem to stick around. So, what are you guys rating this season? A 9 out of 10. I am still sticking with my 8 out of 10. I'm in the 7 to 8 out of 10 range. I'm great and happy that this season came to the finale. Absolutely over the moon with that. However, I do feel like we had too many processions this year. I think we had too many circuits where the tyres just didn't degrade. It was difficult to overtake. And we had some circuits that should provide good racing, not provide good racing for those reasons. So, thank you, George. Mwah. And I think because of that, we should have... Obviously, we had the drama. We've had Max obviously come back into the championship. We've had McLaren balls and up. But I still feel like I wanted more wheel-to-wheel racing this year. So, or maybe I should give it a 9 because it's been 15 years since we last had 3 drivers in the... I'm going to give it a 9. I'm going to give it a 9. I'm upping it to a 9. I'm being tough on the season itself. I'm giving it a 9, I think, purely because we had 3 drivers. We had 3 drivers in the last race of the season. Like, we haven't had that for 15 years. The drama, okay, of McLaren in Qatar and Vegas. I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10. It's not a 10 out of 10 for me because I want to see more. I don't need much more, but I'd like to see more races have better wheel-to-wheel racing. So, yeah. 5 years back, never would have thought Lando would win it, but Max's better drive, more wins proved that if it was Lando in place of Max, he would have given up. Piastri bottled so bad. Aussies are bottlers. Oh my god, that's not me, Sam. I'm just repeating them. I'm just a messenger. I'm just a messenger. I'm just a messenger. But look, Max has won 8 races. Max has done this year exactly what he does, and I'm fully, the pun intended, he maximises the car when it's there to do so. That's what he's done this year. And he has done exactly what he needed to do. He won the race today. I do think the strategy today, we'll talk about the strategy from Red Bull in just a second. It was an interesting decision from them, I guess. But we'll touch on it in just a second. Maybe they hope more from Yuki. Going to cover any sports car, Daytona 24 Hours, for example. Maybe does. I'll have a look into it. The problem with other sports car racing is that they don't have the level of access that you have for F1 with the data and not the track map. So I'll maybe look into Daytona. 24 Hours is a bit different. It may just be more of a chill stream. It wouldn't be necessarily like pure on commentary. But maybe. Yeah, we'll see. Expand. Thank you, Jules. I've discovered you some time ago and almost immediately subscribed. What do you mean almost? How long did it take you? No, I'm joking. I appreciate you for being here, man. So let's just want to talk about the strategy from Red Bull then, shall we? Because I just wanted to read that comment about Daytona. Was you as surprised? Let's run another poll. Let's run another poll, shall we? Let's run another poll. Do you think Yeah, I'm going to give you guys a shout in a sec. Going on. Do you think the Red Bull had the strategy right today? I think I've spelled everything right there. Do you think Red Bull got the strategy right today? What do you think? While you guys are voting on that, I want to give a massive, massive shout. I did it before the stream, but considering you guys are now here as well, and if you're watching it back, can everyone give a W in the chat for the mods this year, please? This channel has grown massively, more than I ever could have expected this year, and they have done an amazing job. You may not always agree with them. That's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. You may not always agree with me, but I think they've kept this place as respectful as possible. They tried to do that, and I just want to say, I salute you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, long may it continue. So thank you guys for being the mods this year. You have a tough task, and I appreciate it for tuning in for obviously the streams as much as possible. So, right, the poll. Do you think Red Bull had the strategy right today? 69% of you think yes. 31% think no. Thank you, Misha. Much appreciated. I do try. So, I think they missed a trick today, to be honest with you. I'm very, very surprised. 69, nice. That could be Max Verstappen's number next year, by the way. Maybe that's why Max didn't want to back up the field. He really wants that 69 number next year. I think they missed a trick today. I'm really surprised that they didn't at least try to back up, to pit Max in that second stint and back up Lando into Charles, because there was a point where Charles did look strong on those mediums and looked like he could get Lando. At least give him the opportunity to do so. And I'm really surprised they decided not to do that. Now, of course, it's a tricky one because he's then potentially under attack from Piastri. So maybe that's a decision they made was... And I'd be interested to hear their comments after the race, and I'm sure they'll elaborate on it. But the only reason I think that they didn't do it was because they think Piastri probably could have got Verstappen. That's the only reason that I think they... Because Max had to win this race to have any opportunity of winning the title. So it's not like Norris was directly behind him and he needed him to finish P3 and he could have backed him up into Charles or his teammate. But it's definitely something that I think should have at least be attempted, but they didn't. So they didn't want your chat crying, yelling cheaters. Maybe. I mean, maybe there was. I mean, this is a new Red Bull as well. You've got to remember this is a new Red Bull. This isn't Christian Horner's Red Bull. This is Laurent Mecky's Red Bull. Seems to be that the ownership is a bit more at peace now as well. Yeah, maybe they were like, no, we're just going to focus on winning the race. We'll bank on Yuki, and what will be will be. Maybe that's just what they were hoping for, rather than actually back up the field. So I think it was worth an opportunity. I think everyone was discussing it beforehand, myself included. I think it was worth a go, but they didn't in the end. So yeah, but I'm surprised. Overall strategy, I mean. Wow, McLaren, by the way, unbelievable strategy. McLaren, unbelievable. Making those pit stops, covering off. There we go. We've got more of me now. Covering off the covers, the undercuts, and that. Like, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We will never get the truth out of Max. I mean, maybe he might even come out. He might come straight out and just say it and just say, "Do you know what? We focused on the win. We were focusing on the win. We didn't want to play games. That this season has gone. I mean, I guess to an extent. Look, so what's the saying? It comes in threes or whatever. So bad things come in threes for McLaren potentially. Like they've gifted them an extent to get an opportunity to get back into the championship, and now." Why not expect that will be the same in Abu Dhabi as well? So, Yes, expected Max to take those last laps close racing. Yeah, McLaren, where did that strat come from? Legendary. Oh, it was very good. Very good. They clearly identified who was their trouble. We knew beforehand it was potentially going to be Russell. It was more so Leclerc. They covered Russell off in the first stint, didn't they? With that undercut. Leclerc also did the same, followed him in to cover off Russell's, the undercut there. And then second time around, they covered off Charles Leclerc with that with his undercut. And that was just clever thinking. And the mediums, it was always going to be a tall order for Leclerc to catch 7 seconds anyway, let alone catch 7 seconds and still have enough tyres to overtake Lando, who was on a couple of laps fresher hard compound tyres. So, and Gad, thank you for the 100 rupees again, by the way. Out of all drive born in the 90s, Max's greatest, I would say he is second greatest driver ever after Schumi, and Webber also messed up like Piastri. I don't think he's the second greatest yet. Could be in the future. I think there's lots of... I don't want to... I like not comparing or saying there's a definitive greatest of all time. We've had this discussion before. I don't like saying there's a greatest of all time because I don't think you can compare eras. Same in many sports. Sport develops so dramatically that how someone does in one era doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to do great in another era. Like the level of sportsman now is so much better than it was back in the 50s and so forth. And I think you have to define people by their eras. And I think that's why you could say Lewis Hamilton is a great of his era. Max is currently a great of his era. Same with Schumi. Same with Senna. Same with Fangio. Like Jim Clark. Like all these guys. Same with sports as well. I'm a big golfer. Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus. There's always a debate of who is the greatest of all time. That sport was dramatically changed as well. And tennis, cricket. So I don't think... I know people like to go greatest of all time. I think you have to go greatest of all. Great. I'm happy with you calling someone a GOAT, but I'm never going to give a definitive GOAT status to someone. It's sport changes so often. I'm not saying he will because I think Max is young enough and he's still a very big talent. But there's a high possibility next year. There's a high possibility. It's not a high possibility. There is a possibility. There's always a possibility that a driver that has done very well over the past few years with regulations and stuff struggles in the new regulations. They just can't get on top of it. I don't expect that for Max, but there's a possibility, there's a realm where that could happen. So I like to compare drivers within their era rather than necessarily of all time. I can reach 100k subscribers. I think we can next year, 100%. That'd be an amazing achievement. I think we will next year. The channel has grown dramatically this year. If you would have told me I would have nearly 75,000 subscribers at the end of this year, I would have bitten your hand off for it. I also wouldn't have believed you. I knew it was an outside shot to double my subscriber count. I did that, and yeah, here we are. And it's just a testament that we're moving in the right direction. We're moving in the right direction. And of course, every single subscriber, every single like brings me closer to making this full-time for you. And I love doing these streams and these watch-alongs. But if I was to go full-time, it would also allow me to provide more content for you, like just throughout the year. Like in between race weekends, things like that. Because I'm passionate about F1. And you guys are too. Which is why you stick around. Thank you, Joe. Mush, thanks for the 5. Poll. Who'll get the most shade from Max fans? Norris, Antonelli, Tsunoda, or Hamilton? I don't know. I am going to sit here, though, and I'm not biased by any means, but I am happy Norris won the title. And it's not because of Brit bias or anything like that, and I've said this before. I said this earlier on in the season. I am happy Norris won the title because there are a lot of haters, and we've seen it here in this very chat, unfortunately. But online, there are a lot of haters of Lando Norris. Similarly, there were a lot of haters for Max Verstappen back in 2021. And I like that they're now eating some humble pie. I am. Because I don't think anyone deserves hate. Least of all these drivers. Like, come on. You may prefer another driver over another. But look, Lando and Oscar have gone about their business this year. So has Max. The decisions of things that have gone out on track that you don't like haven't been made by them, they've been made by others. And, like, at the end of the day, it's not... You shouldn't direct hate towards them. Similarly with Kimi Antonelli back in Qatar as well. Like, yeah. That's something that we will ban next. That's something that will be banned now. DNF Lando. That's a phrase that will be banned. That you shouldn't. Look, you can wish for people to not finish a race. That's absolutely fine. That is fine. But not spamming it and using it as hate and things like that at the end of the day. Who was the last to use DRS? Oh, that's a good question. Who was the last to use DRS? I'm going to have to go back into my stream and find out. Someone go back in my stream and find out who was the last to use DRS. Let's have a look. I'm going to have a look now. Who was the last? Ban the poster. Well, you get timed out. You get timed out, basically. Last lap. Last person to use DRS was... Better find out. I said it'd be an Alpine, didn't I? I was like, an Alpine will use DRS last. I think it's Alex Albon. Is it Alex Albon? No, it's Kimi Antonelli, unless there's one more run. It's Kimi Antonelli. Kimi Antonelli is the last driver to use DRS. Andrea Kimi, last driver to use DRS, Antonelli. Yeah. Any old think Cadillac will be a great contender next season? Not really. No. Look, I've said this before. Positive year for Cadillac next year, and Audi will be not to finish on the bottom. So, Kimi, future world champ? I mean, potentially. He's only 18 years old. 18 or 19 now. He's 19. I can't remember. But he's still a teenager. He's still in his teens. He's got a long career ahead of him. So, yes. And he's in a good team. He's well positioned to do so as well. He's not like Behrman, where, while I think Behrman is a future Ferrari driver, he's not in a position where he's in a lower midfield team. He's not in a team where he has to work his way up to a top team. He's starting his career like Lewis Hamilton did, in a top team. So, 19 now. He's 19. Am I still going to stream in the season break? I am. Yeah, go. Yeah, we're going to do a season awards. I've got a whole nice PowerPoint presentation already prepared from the mid-season, but unfortunately I never got round to doing for you guys, so I'm going to use that template. We're going to get you guys involved as well with some polls, and yeah, and we are going to do some live streams, some video content as well, because 2026, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of things that we all need to get on top with and understand when it comes to next season, because the regs are changing. No DRS now, the MOM system, and the regs that we need to know potentially why some teams may be quick, why they won't be. We've got 3 separate test sessions next year. One of them is private in Barcelona, which I don't think we're going to have any access to, even data. But the other 2, which will be in Bahrain, I think are going to be televised and we'll have access to, and we'll be doing live streams for you. So, yeah, there'll be definitely... I'll take some time off, like everyone probably will do in Christmas break. Spend time with the family. And then, yeah, before we know it, it'll be New Year. So... Had severe cold today, still watched race today, wanted Max to take 5, and his 2023 season proves his greatness, and he really wants to become complete master. He needs to win Singapore GP. Yeah, he hasn't won that yet, has he? So, George. I'm gasping. Am I going to be on a missed Apex day? Unfortunately not, James. No. Van Gene is. Van Gene. I'd love to be on it, but I'm not, no. Alex Van Gene is on it. So I'll be on it many more times, of course. So we need some 2026 primers. Exactly. 2026 season. So let's have a look at the 2026 season, shall we? I do have the calendar somewhere. Calendar. So we have the 2026 season here. Is that 2026? Open image. That's a Facebook image. Jesus. Redirect. Yep, there we go. Right. Open image in new tab. There we go. Right. So this is the calendar for next year. Let's zoom in, shall we? So, calendar for next year. We have 24 races. We have Australia, the first race. Remember, Ramadan is still earlier in the year. It gets brought earlier and earlier every year. So that's why Bahrain has been pushed back, and Saudi. I don't know if that'll be the case in 27. But we have Australia to start off with, China and Japan. Oh, my body clock is going to take an absolute hit to start this season off again. Bahrain, number 4, Saudi, Miami, Canada, Monaco, Barcelona. The last year we're going to Barcelona next year, by the way, before it is fully replaced by Madrid. Austria, Silverstone, Spa, Hungary, Zandvoort. Last year is Zandvoort next year, by the way. Next year is the last year of Zandvoort. Monza, Spain. So that is subject to FIA circuit homologation. So it is still not, thank you. It is still not 100% confirmed that Madrid will be going ahead next year, because there is issues with obviously gaining certification, the circuit, and it being obviously fit for purpose. Baku, Singapore, USA. We'll look at the sprint race format next year as well. There's some shocking races next year for the sprint race. Mexico City, Sao Paulo, which is Interlagos, Vegas, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi. And then we have 2 tests. So we have, 3 tests, but one of them is a private test in Barcelona because of the new regulations that they're having more tests this year. So yeah, we'll be live for the ones that we can go live for. By the way, cheers everyone. Nice rum and lemonade, actually, rum and lemonade. Cheers. What a season. What a season it's been. Thank you very much. Oh, this is Oh, that hits the spot. That feels good. Don't normally drink on a Sunday, but that feels good. That feels good. Nice rum and lemonade. Bit sweet, but yeah, I like it. So the chat was so fast. I know. Thanks, James. I did give you mods a shout out. I think Nightbot did a really good job as well. Yeah, thank you everybody. The stream. What do we get? We got 70. We actually peaked at 77,000 viewers earlier. She didn't hide the rum. No, she didn't. So that's the season for next year. The test 1 is a private test. The teams have said that they don't want... I think the teams have led that. They've said that they don't want the test to be public. That's really to... Because that'll be the first time that these 2026 cars will be out on track. That's before... I think that's before any of them even get to do kind of like their promotional vids as well. Or maybe a couple of teams get to do their promotional vids where they get to do like 2 or 3 laps around like a shortened Silverstone. But that's going to be private. Test 2 and Test 3 will be live, I think, just like it was last year. This year, sorry. So I'll be live for those, hopefully. Bit of an anticlimax for spoiled by 2021 level expectations. But then again, 2021 was also an anticlimax in how that ended up until, of course, the late safety car. That race was very much ending with an anticlimax race as well. I think this had more to it. At least we had multiple pit stops. At least there was the intrigue of Charles pushing. I'm still surprised Red Bull didn't try and hold Lando up. But ultimately, Max's only opportunity of winning the championship as a whole was win the race. So I guess he didn't want to give up that position, give up that first place position to Piastri, because Piastri did look racy and he probably could have caught him. So, but yeah. But Abu Dhabi is always anticlimactic. I've said it before. I would much prefer Bahrain to be swapped with Abu Dhabi. Move Abu Dhabi to the first race of the season. Of course, Bahrain will regain the first race of the season once Ramadan is no longer in this window. And make Bahrain the last race of the season. That would be unbelievable. There'd be so much overtaking. There's always 2 stops, multiple tyre compounds used. Bahrain would be brilliant. Abu Dhabi, you come to the end of the season where... Unfortunately, it's basically whoever has been the fastest throughout the year ends up winning the race. Like, it's normally the pecking order in the constructors' title is how the race plays out throughout the So it's always anticlimactic. We did see more overtaking here than we have done in previous years, so I have to give it credit for that reason. But yeah, it's always been a dire affair, really. Bring back Interlagos, yeah, exactly. Kids these days will never know the hype of a season finale at Interlagos. How right you are, Andy. How right you are. That is Interlagos. I've actually got a video on my channel. I did it a while back, a few years back. You can find it, where it's basically a love letter to Interlagos as to why it should be the finale of every single race season. We have had 7 races, I think 6 or 7 races at Interlagos as the finale. Every single one's been a banger, like an absolute banger. And Abu Dhabi has been, like, I can't remember many. Like, this race in particular, this race will not go down in history. Yes, the championship as a whole will go down in history because of Lando Norris winning it. But you look back at this season, you're not looking at this. You're not going to look at this race, are you? You're going to look at other races throughout this year. Abu Dhabi will not be remembered. So, the 07 finale in Interlagos was your first race. Oh my God, you are spoiled. Absolutely spoiled. It's a mixed day for you Brits today. Lando won and England lost in the Ashes. Listen, that's nothing new. We always lose the Ashes when we go down under. That's nothing new. And your favourite football team? Is my favourite football team losing? No. Don't you laugh. Chelsea lost the other day. Oh, it's 0-0. It's 0-0. It's 0-0 at the moment. West Ham and Brighton. Thought if you mentioned West Ham are losing then. So all the 67 spammers are gone. I put every single variation that I possibly could think of in relation to 6-7 to be banned by Nightbot. Did it not ban them? But did it not? I say ban them. Like, did it not time those messages out? Did it not? I thought it did. The 6-7 stuff. It didn't. They managed to find a way through my foolproof system. Unbelievable. Kids these days, you're too smart. You have to give Max his flowers. He's a very good driver to be losing a championship. Well, Max has ended up the championship with more race wins than both McLaren drivers. Lando has more podiums, though. He has 17. He has 18 podiums now compared to Max's 15, I think it is. So that just shows how strong the McLaren has been kind of throughout the year. But yeah, Max, the fact of it, I want to know, someone's going to find this stat, aren't they? Someone's going to find the stat that the last time someone lost a world championship with more race wins than the championship winner. So it did. There was just so much that Nightbot couldn't keep up. Really? Oh my goodness. Dusko, the last time a driver had more wins and didn't win the title was Lewis. Really? Oh, what, 2016? Oh, yeah, because of Rosberg. Yeah. Before that, it was 2008 Massa, and before that, it was 1989 Senna. Okay, so you're talking quite big gaps, though. Quite big gaps. It's only happened like a few times. So it's 9 years ago was the last time someone... So, yeah, it doesn't happen often, does it? Okay. Every time I talked about the freaking chicane, the C6, 6-7 entire chat would just go crazy. Oh, it's a shame. So, thank you, James. Yeah, you just got a thank you for being a well and truly good supporter. Yeah. No, definitely Bailey. Look, no, this wouldn't happen without the missus, by the way. So I have a lot to credit her for. What I was going to say is, look, the popularity of F1 is a brilliant thing. But unfortunately, it does bring a lot of people who do ruin the experience for others. It brings people who are a lot more emotional, people who follow the sport on a very base level. There's absolutely nothing wrong with just following the sport and just wanting to support the driver you support and the team you support, and looking at the race as a whole, and not digging into anything more technical with the side of the sport, and gaining no further understanding than just tuning in to a race on Sunday and seeing that your driver has won or lost. There is nothing wrong with that at all. You can be as deep into the sport as you want to be, and you can be as surface level as the sport as you want to be. However, where it becomes an issue is that people are winning ill on others. They're shouting profanities online and stuff, even at race circuits, at others. And unfortunately, it's become, with the popularity it has become a lot more partisan. It's become a lot more emotional. And people at that I guess on a surface level type thing, just like if their driver isn't winning, it's the end of the world. And there's nothing wrong with feeling that way, but how you act upon that is very different. And that's unfortunately what has obviously kind of bred the toxicity online that we now see and at race circuits. But look, everyone has preferences. It's okay to have preferences, so okay to support who you want to support. But at the end of the day, like have some form of respect. And that's what we try and do here, is we try and respect each driver. There are some drivers that I've openly said I'm not as big of a fan of as others. However, you have to appreciate what they do in a race car. And I try and obviously what we try and do here as well, you guys included, you do a very good job of informing others in the chat, those who I can't get to questions to, because obviously how the channel has grown. We've done a great job accumulatively of making this a great place for people to learn about F1, become more well-rounded F1 fans, and respect the sport as a whole and those participating in it. And that's what I think we've done a very good job of that this year. It's forever going to be an ongoing thing, but credit to you all and me as well to try and make this place a place that we can have those discussions, so and enjoy the sport, because that's what we are. We're ultimately fans of motorsport, of F1. We want to watch good racing. So now those license fees just doubled. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys know this. So the more points you score in a year, this is how the FIA is backward. This is how the FIA earns money, by the way. So I'll explain this in a best way, because Red Bull, what was it? Racing teams fee for F1. So each year, teams have to pay an annual fee to the FIA to be part of F1. And the more points you earn, the higher your fee is, by the way. The higher your fee is. Hey, Wes! I've seen this channel with less than 500 viewers for a race now get over 2k for a random free practice. Sure, F1. Oh, it just disappeared. Oh, you removed it. Where'd it go? I missed it. Where's it gone? Or did the chat just skip? But I get your sentiments, man. I get your sentiments. Thank you, buddy. Where am I going? So, last year, so teams have to pay... teams have to pay a base fee of $680,000 US for entry, plus a per point fee. So the fee was $6,799 last year for 2025. So if we do the maths, 6,799 per point. So, Lando's mum, bless her, she's in tears, absolutely happy, over the moon, but in tears. So 6, 7. Oh, what was it? No, don't you start with the 6, 7 stuff, by the way, guys. This is not a cue to go 6, 7. What was it? 6,799. 6,799 times 833. Plus the fee of 680k, plus 680,000. So McLaren have to pay, if the fee is the same as last year, a £6 million fee to compete in F1 next year. 6 million. I love how greedy the FIA is, yeah. So. Cheers, gamer. Brilliant, man. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, what a great season. Fair play to you, buddy. It's here's the 2026, man. Cheers, everyone. Do I think Lewis would be better next season? Yes, is the short answer. Do we go down this rabbit hole? Will Lewis be better next season? Yeah, I think so. So, did I peak live stream viewers? Oh, I peaked live stream viewers, yes. Yeah, I don't think anyone would have got... I think everyone would have had a big viewership this race, so... Abu Dhabi always ends with interesting races, eh? 2010 Alonso lost championship from 3 points. Yeah, 2020 was interesting. I mean, I don't think every race is interesting. So Lewis Hamilton, will he be better next year? Let's go. Let's discuss it. Why not? Yes, it's a short answer. We are moving to a regulation set now, which the drivers will prefer more. It's no guarantee, of course, he'll fare much better. But these drivers have been saying quite openly in the last couple of races that these regs, as we're approaching the end of their usage, they are terrible. They have been hurting them physically, which I don't think has got enough. I think that literally should be at the top of like every news article, is that these regulations have physically hurt these drivers. Now, that's not to say that they shouldn't be tough to drive. Like, these guys are some of the fittest sportsmen in the world. I think people, if you watch an F1 driver's like fitness regimen and what they have to go through and their diet and so forth, like they have to be so fit. And the fact of it, they are saying these cars are physically hurting their bodies, not just from the G-forces, but from the actual like vibrations from the porpoising through their backs and like their neck and their legs. Like, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that these regulations have created cars like this. So 2026 is going to be much more comfortable for the drivers physically. The cars will be lighter. They'll be slightly shorter, slightly narrower, and there will also not be any ground effects. So the cars should feel, while not the most nimble in F1 history, the cars should feel a lot more nimble. Considering they've driven these sorts of cars for the last 4 years, they should feel a lot more nimble and a lot lighter in comparison. And that is gonna help some drivers more than most. And one of those drivers I think it will help is Lewis Hamilton, because these regulations have not been to Lewis's liking. He hasn't been able to adapt to them, and that's partly down to him, of course. Yes, that is a fault of his, because other drivers have been able to. But like, he's adapted to every single regulation apart from this one, and some have adapted to it better than him. And this year, arguably, he's arrived in a team and a team that is operationally very poor, has some clear issues that need to be addressed behind the scenes, and the car itself is a shadow of itself of last year. Leclerc is able to deal with it a lot more and a lot better than Lewis, because he's been driving an iteration of this car for the last 3 seasons. He's been in Ferrari for 6 years now. This is Lewis's first season, so anytime Lewis was obviously going to struggle with the car itself, that performance gap to Charles was always going to be a lot wider. So both of them, even Charles finishing P4 today, which is a great result for him, did not expect that. Both of them will be over the moon to see the end of this season. And there's also the fact that they stopped developing this car very early on in the season. Lewis made the conscious decision that he wanted input into 2026, and obviously Charles has backed that as well, and the team have focused on next year's car, because this year they were never really, I mean, I remember my predictions, and we'll review my predictions because they're horribly wrong. However, spoiler alert, I did get the championship winner correct, but I predicted Charles would finish second in the championship this year, and I thought it would be a title battle between Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc, because how we saw last year with Ferrari, I thought they were going to kick on. I thought, yeah, they're going to build upon that, and they're actually going to challenge McLaren. And then I heard they changed the whole concept of their car, and I was like, oh my god, what are they doing? Last year of regulation set, why are you changing the whole concept of your car? And then we've had 2025, so can't even imagine that now. I know. So I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think Lewis looked at the end of last year and probably thought, oh, you know what? I wasn't expecting much for 2025, but now my expectations have actually risen a bit, because they ended 2025 really well. They nearly won the Constructors. They pushed McLaren. They won some races at the end of the year, and they had a good platform to build upon. And yet they went a completely different route, and a suspension system they haven't used in nearly 2 decades, and just flawed, absolutely flawed. So F1 needs to break away from how fast the ride goes and get back to more challenging competition. 100% Joey, yeah. We shouldn't be at a point, we shouldn't get to a point where it's about ego. I think what they've done is that If you remember, 2017 was when they changed the regs again, and we went to this very wide chassis, very wide and long chassis. And basically, the FIA had an ego trip because they saw that the LMP1 car set the fastest lap time ever of any car around Spa. And everyone was like, oh my God, it's fast. It's faster than an F1 car. It's faster than an F1 car. And people at the FIA absolutely lost their shit about it. And they then decided, oh, we need to go back to us being the fastest motorsport in the world again. And by doing that, they ended up creating cars that threw off too much dirty air, were very difficult to follow. And thankfully, 2021 kind of brought it back, like those regs, an extra year of those set of regs did bring it back into kind of like we could get wheel-to-wheel racing again. And then we went to the ground effect era and it wasn't very good. So FIA also own the LMP1 cars. Yeah, but it's F1, isn't it? I mean, who pays the bills? Let's be real. The FIA, if they lost the F1 license, well, I said if they are, F1 will always have license, but let's say they lost the product that is Formula One. It could go under a different name if Liberty Media wanted to do so with a new regulatory body, if they wanted to set that up. Obviously, it'd be a very arduous thing to do and a very long time process thing to do. But they would end up losing probably more than half of their revenue, half of their income. What's my prediction for the three constructors next year? Honestly, I'm not even predicting right now. I know that may seem, oh, it's no fun. But how can you predict? Like, it is such an unknown next year, and that's the brilliance of next season. I'm so looking forward to next season because it's going to be a complete unknown. I'm telling you now, this can give you nightmares. Lance Stroll could be in possession of a championship-winning car next year. Because they are the only team next year, Aston Martin, with a Honda engine. They're the only team with Adrian Newey at the helm. That is a real possibility. W Canada, Taco. Yeah. But, like, they could cook next year. I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. It all depends on the engines. It could be Audi. I don't think it'd be Audi, to be fair, but like it is one of those years where a lot of teams are banking a lot of their hopes on it. So, well, how long till Lance Stroll gets the boot from Aston? Until he decides to give up the sport. His dad's never going to get rid of him. So. Are you going to miss me and my streams? I'm still going to be here, Nayan. I'm still going to be here. Don't you worry. We're still going to be here. I am going to do live streams in the off season. I'm going to do some video content, of course. And I loved having this back and forth with you guys. So I will try and ensure that I still go live Sunday afternoon. It seems to be the most suitable time for most people across the world. So yeah, I will still go live. Of course, there may still be some breaking news and so forth that we need to report on, and obviously get your feedback on. So I will go live regardless. Don't worry. Wes, there you go. Proven by you, viewership and subs rising higher than other similar channels. I've played a big role in the rise and popularity of F1. Yeah, hopefully, and hopefully, obviously, F1 understands that as well. That not just myself, but other channels are doing a good thing for them. Really unknown at this moment. This is even unknown territory for all the designers and engineers. Exactly. So, am I ever going to stream the Grand Prix? The Grand Prix has ended. Where have you been for the last 3 hours? Maybe some SF broadcasts in the off season. Maybe on Twitch though. On Twitch, I probably won't do it on the YouTube thing. Why do you have a members badge? Because you would have been gifted it from some of our lovely current existing members who have gifted memberships. Thank you, everyone. Do I have memberships to gift out, actually? I don't know if I do or not. Hang on. Oh, I do! There you go. To end the season. This is random, so do not feel disheartened if you did not receive one. Sky are cowards. Not one person has mentioned the fact that Max lost the title by less than his penalty for intentionally driving into another driver. What do you mean less? Are you in favour of that penalty or not? No, Maid. because I think it was a justified penalty. However, we discussed this as well. There's plenty of moments throughout the year where you can look at McLaren as well as moments they could have done differently, and they could have ended up winning, been closer in the championship or won the championship. So Lando could have won this championship by more points if he didn't DNF in Canada and made a different decision, went around the outside of Oscar rather than the inside of Canada. If he didn't receive that, lose 18 points in Sandville with that DNF, and also if he didn't lose another 18 points in Vegas as well with a DSQ. So the quick mention for Oscar's move on lap 1 around the outside. Oh yeah, can we just give a round of applause for Oscar? Like, on the hard compound tyre as well. Beautiful. When you get an opportunity to watch it back, oh, beautiful. So is my favourite team Brighton? No, it's West Ham. You're 31. How long have I been watching F1? I've been watching F1 since I was 5. So 96 is my first memory of watching F1 with my granddad. That's my first memory of F1. My first season that I kind of remember watching, not fully though, but remember watching and kind of like going, oh, I want them to win, was 99, I think it was. It was Hakkinen. It was definitely Hakkinen. It was definitely when Hakkinen was fighting. It was 98 or 99. So it's insane, but Max was only 2 points behind. Honestly, shouldn't even been anywhere close. No, he shouldn't have been. He shouldn't have been. So 421 points to 423. Crazy. I mean, the fact of it, he's won more races this year than McLaren is just unbelievable. But yeah, you have to give credit to where it's due. He capitalised. Like, that's the nature of this season and the circuits that we go to, is that you're not always. It's very difficult to make a car that is quick at every single circuit. So McLaren this year, while it was overall the best car, it was not quick. Their strength was always in the medium to high speed corners, so they ran more downforce. So they had the strategy of qualifying on the front row and driving off into the distance, and that's why they found themselves hampered when they, especially Lando at the start of the season, when he had a poor qualifying and he found himself in 5th or 6th, because the car didn't have the top speed to overtake down the straights, even with DRS. So Red Bull always had that top speed advantage. Arguably, they were the quicker car in Suzuka, but Max had a car that, with a testament to his driving, same thing as in like Silverstone, he could get a single lap, a very, very quick single lap out of a lower downforce setup than that of the McLarens could. And that's a testament to like the Red Bull being in that setup, in that window, because it did perform much better and seemed to have a much better balance when it was running less wing. And Max Verstappen, because not many drivers could do that at all, and he was able to do that at Suzuka. He was able to do that at Silverstone. Of course, Silverstone, the weather changed, and he was unable to obviously keep a hold at the front there. And that's where a lot of his race wins this year, you look at the race wins that Max has had this year, have been on circuits where that there's more emphasis on the top speed. So Suzuka, once he got in the lead, was able to stay ahead of the McLaren. So that's probably the one where you expected McLaren to get on pole, but they didn't. And then at the start of the season as well, we also started to see that. We also noticed at the start of the season that the levels in the three drivers. So Max was getting more out of that car than the McLaren boys were. That McLaren, in another person's hands, arguably Max's hands, should have been on pole position by 2 to 3 tenths, kind of every time. But Max was keeping the pressure on. But the McLaren boys, if they weren't at 100%, which a lot of the time they weren't in qualifying, they weren't going to be on pole. So that's why Max got pole in Miami. It's why he got pole in Suzuka. And it's a testament to him, but it also shows how Norris and Piastri didn't get the best out of that McLaren at the start of the season when they should have done. And throughout this year, Max, anytime that Red Bull has been in position to win, he's converted it, whereas the McLarens didn't. So that's why Max has stayed in this championship. And yes, he was presented an opportunity to win it, but the best are there to try and do it, and he just fell short, of course, of it being within his own control. If it was within his own hands, he would have won the championship today. So, what do I think about Ford Red Bull next year? I don't know. I think it's going to be an interesting partnership. I'm not sure it's going to get off to a good start, to be honest with you. Ford have not been in F1 for a good few years. I can't remember the last time they were in F1. I think it was back in the 2000s. So you're talking probably 2 decades ago that they were in F1. Yes, they do have motorsport pedigree, so it's not like they're completely coming into racing afresh. But I'm not sure that's going to get off to a good start, to be honest with you, at Red Bull. But we'll see. Could be proven wrong. Including the fact that the season, the Red Bull was noticeably worse than the McLaren. At the season, the Red Bull was noticeably... Well, at the start of the season, yeah, definitely, yeah. And that's the thing, like... But this is the nature of having... This then brings it into the discussion, doesn't it? Of having 2 number 1 drivers. Because you had Verstappen, you had Norris and Piastri taking wins off of each other. They've got 7 wins apiece this season. If you had a clear number 2 driver... Yeah, there's probably a couple of times that number 2 driver would have won races. But the number 1 driver probably would have had 10 to 11 wins this year and would have comfortably have won the season before it finished, before Abu Dhabi. So Max Verstappen has benefited from just Norris and Piastri taking wins off of each other and McLaren's fumbles, and that's the benefit and the argument of having a number 1 driver. Unpopular opinion, but each team should make their own engine. It's difficult to do that, though. It's very expensive to do so. I get the sentiment there, but unfortunately, it's not in an ideal world. It's very expensive. We've seen Alpine make big layoffs recently, Renault, i.e. Renault. So it's just not feasible. We'd have considerably less F1 teams on the grid if we had teams having to make their own engine. So McLaren and Mercedes would dominate. Yes, it seems. That's just a rumour. I think there's a baseless rumour. You have to remember 2026, and this is my advice to all you guys, keeping up to date with any of the media coverage over the coming weeks. No one can determine right now who is going to be the quickest in 2026. No one. Any stories that you hear about who's quickest, the cars are expected to be X amount of seconds quicker than this year or slower, is all based upon simulations. No real world data, no real world on-track data has been input into those simulations yet. So until we get to January and we have that first test at the end of January at Barcelona, the private test, that is the only time that you can start looking at like reports on who's quickest and so forth. Because at the moment, it's all based on assumptions, people putting 1s and 0s into the simulation based upon wind tunnel data, based upon what they think, like the data the FIA is giving them and things like that. But no one has physically built a 2026 version car and put it out on track yet. So until we get to January, the end of January, and we have that first test, ignore and take with a massive pinch of salt any information that you hear about pace order, who's going to be quickest and not. That's my advice to you all in the off-season. If the teams were to make their own engine, then you should raise the budget by 100 million. Yeah, but it's not just about raising the budget by 100 million. It's also about teams being able to get that money in the first place. There are teams who, if the cost cap was raised to say 400 million, there are teams up and down the grid. While F1 has become more lucrative, there are teams who still wouldn't be able to operate at the top level of that cost cap. So it would give an advantage to the likes of Mercedes, the likes of Ferrari, McLaren, etc. So, main thing is that the engine is changing, Andrea. We're not using the ground effect era no more. DRS is being removed. It's more of a push-to-pass system. I'm going to do even all the regs that decided yet. I think they are, for the most part. They are heading into the first test, but I imagine there may be changes after the first test. It's the thing. That's why we've got 3 different test sessions to ensure that, of course, there is a copious amount of feedback that could be gifted back, and the cars, how they look on the first test session, may look very different to how they are come the first race in Australia. Because I think there's going to be a lot of changes next year throughout the season. I think that's why the cost cap has been raised, not just for inflationary reasons, but because they're also probably expecting a lot of changes throughout the year with discovering what works in the regs, what doesn't. There's been a lot of discussion and concern about these regulations and how they're actually going to function out on track. And as I've just touched upon, the only information they have at the moment, only feedback they can give is based upon simulations. not real world data. So, but guys, that is it for me. I have been live for over 4 hours. That is a long stream for me. That is a long stream for me. What a season it has been. What a season it's been. Just want to say a big thank you. One last big thank you to everyone. The racing guidelines, Dan, we don't know yet. We do think they're going to be ratified. So I will keep you up to date on those. The drivers are clearly not happy with those. They had a meeting in Qatar, so it is going to be altered. We'll see what happens. But yeah, hopefully racing improves to the better next year, not just for the regulations, but also for the racing guidelines as well. So yeah, have a lovely rest of your Sunday, guys. Have a lovely Christmas and New Year. I will be live before Christmas and New Year. I will set up a awards presentation. We'll have a back and forth on whether you agree with me or not. We'll run some polls. And of course, we'll keep you up to date with some F1 content in the off season as well, live streams and video content. But I'm now going to go rest for the rest of this day. Lando Norris is your 2025 world champion. I hope you enjoyed the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. I hope you've enjoyed this season. It's been personally, from a personal standpoint, an unbelievable season. The channel has grown massively. Long may it continue. The run is not kicking in, no, because this is just one. I have a higher tolerance in that, Dan. But yeah, what a day it's been. What a weekend it's been. What a season. If I don't see you before Christmas and New Year, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and roll on 2026, because I think it's going to be another great season that could top even this one. Thank you, guys. Leave a like and subscribe one last time, and we'll see you next time. Bye.